Ye-
Welcome to episode 4, Invincible in Advance. It is November 19th, 0083. 3 days since the last episode. Clyde, the brigade is on the
Wait,
outskirts of Dakar
0088, surely.
shortly. Not quite yet.
Surely. Yeah, but like 0087 to 0083, not I mean 0087 to 0088, not 0083, right?
Why are we talking about 83?
But I don't know, when we've got the recording, we'll go back and listen and see if I misheard.
It'd be weird if we're fighting the Titans as the AEUG and 83. Now that just wouldn't make sense.
I'm pretty.
Time
I'm
travel
pretty sure
plot. You
it's
have to go back
88.
You have to go back in time to make right what once went wrong.
It's
And by
currently...
that you mean, and by that, Gato has to start the GPO2 theft mission with a bullet hole in his skull.
AEUG develops time travel to stop the Titans.
Yeah, we can
New
call it
AEUG super
Fight
weapon.
Terminator.
Anyways, before we change genres,
Yeah.
the brigade has
That's-
been posted out on the outskirts of Dakar. Titans have been slowly trickling in to surrender themselves to federal judgment. But it's mostly been for the brigade rest and rearmament. Clyde, what are you doing?
Are we on like a base or are we still on the Audumla?
You are in a tent on the northern part of Dakar.
Are we in a base or in our cool carrier? You're in a tent.
A nice little tent. Clyde's probably just like flipping through like all of his photographs.
Oh? Of what?
Just various places he visited during the war. A lot of it evidence of Xion's war crimes, destroyed villages, buildings. Some nice landscape shots whenever he came across one. He was all over the place. He was all over North America, a little bit of South America, Europe, Middle East, a little bit of Africa. Didn't really get over to Asia much.
No space?
He did get to space. He saw like resupply and recovery work at Solomon and Baoku. He's got some pictures of that. Some pictures of some destroyed colonies. After that, it's a lot of pictures of his various assignments. Just kind of boring backwater places. A lot more nature shots and a lot less destruction in that area. And then there's photos of Operation Stardust and some of its aftermath.
I see. How's Clyde doing after this whirlwind month he's been through?
He's doing all right. It's not exactly panning out how he wanted, but things are on the up and up for everybody. He's just a little down. He hasn't really gotten to prove himself, and the Titans aren't really putting up as much of a fight as he expected for now.
Would you have hoped they would have?
We'll see how it goes. Yeah, at least for some time to distinguish himself in combat. All he's done is tag along at this point.
I see. Patch, what are you doing? You're currently the base you're in is very rudimentary. It's really just an outpost that you was dug 2 days ago.
So, that being said, I've probably just been spending most of my time around my mobile suit, because it's, at least the cockpit is four solid walls that keeps out the weather, that is temperature controlled. Um, and also, allows me to sort of get away from uncomfortable conversations I don't necessarily want to have with other people. So that's awfully convenient. But I think for the most part, just been kind of like trying to keep to himself, but um, I think, oh, I think, do you think that perhaps he might have noticed Clyde's photo collection that he's going through?
You know, you're walking
Clyde,
past.
Clyde probably has more of 'em.
Yeah. The flap.
Okay.
The tent.
And Patch kind of like walks past, and then he like looks back and kind of like looks around the corner in the flap, and he's like, "Oh, uh, are those your photographs?"
Yeah, you want to take a look?
Yeah, sure, if you don't mind.
Clyde hands over the scrapbook.
And he starts just kind of like slowly flipping through it. Um, and he's like, "This is nice. I assume, did you take most of these during the 1 year war?"
A lot of them. A lot of them are after. I've never really stopped when I started.
I had a collection of photos too, and a pretty nice camera actually. But well, I didn't exactly get to take it with me, so I wanted to start my own collection of all the places I've been and places I've seen, but I don't know. I guess the romantic ideal of traveling around with a mobile suit company and seeing exotic places isn't really a lot of what you're doing is blowing most of it up, I guess.
Yeah, these weren't exactly happy times. He's just kind of now realizing how few like pictures of actual people he has. Just destruction, some nature shots.
I
Well,
oh
uh, if we get some shore leave, you want to go buy a new one? I could use some new film.
I don't really have much money. Uh, I might have enough, I think. Um,
You are getting paid,
yeah. Oh, I'm getting okay, cool. If I'm getting paid, then I probably have enough money. I don't know. Patch doesn't keep up on his personal finances.
No, it's more like, when you're being a revolutionary army doesn't exactly pay very well. You gotta want to
Yeah.
be here. But now that the Federation has officially sanctioned Karaba and AEUG, they're paying your paycheck.
Cool. I've got an actual paycheck now. Um, so he's like, yeah, if we can find somewhere, I would like to start a collection again. Maybe you can, I guess, a lot of these, the framing's really impressive. Just, I don't know. Maybe you can, I guess, show me what your thought process is. I mean, obviously, it's a lot more than just, point and shoot.
I didn't really pay attention to how much. I didn't really put that much thought into these shots. I'm kind of self-taught. I didn't really learn any actual theory about it. I just took photos. I don't know. I
He
I wouldn't really know how to teach you.
he just shrugs and he's like, "It's okay." I didn't really take any classes either. They didn't really have photography offered at the military academy I went to. And pursuing things outside of a military career wasn't exactly very encouraged by the people I was around. So it was just kind of a hobby.
What did your family encourage?
Well, my parents, my biological parents, Charles is, he's my adopted father. My parents died in the Earth invasion pretty early on in the 1 Year War. They sent me up to space somewhere neutral on side 6 to avoid most, or side 7, speaking, to avoid most of the chaos. But, well, my dad, my Charles, the captain, he took care of me after everything ended. He was a friend of the family, used to serve with my parents. They went to academy together. And I've just kind of been with him ever since. I guess it was kind of an unspoken agreement that I'd probably end up somewhere in the military. But after they died, well, I don't know. It's probably the same story you've heard over and over. The war takes somebody from you, and you feel like you can't do anything just standing by, and you owe it to the people you've lost to try to do something. But lately, it doesn't do anything to bring them back. So I feel like it just causes more harm in the long run.
Yeah, I've kind of been consumed with this idea of revenge, and I haven't even been self-destructive enough to actually get into combat. I've just been sitting on standby, just rusting, just festering with this anger I've had.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to just have all that pent up inside. But I don't know. You probably just gonna call me naive or something, but I kind of wish I never I kind of wish I never got in a mobile suit to begin with. A lot more people would still be alive if I hadn't made that choice. Better people than me.
I get it. I wouldn't say it's naive to regret getting in a mobile suit, especially if you didn't have anger in your heart. You just did it because it was expected of you. What would you want to do if
But,
you weren't one?
well, I think I'd like to do something with environmental science or zoology, maybe. I never, I was pretty young when the colony drop happened, but so a lot of things I've seen and read about the Earth, I've never actually seen, but the preservation efforts that they have out in the colonies preserving near extinct species, I always thought that would be interesting. Bringing back the Earth to what it used to be.
Yeah, I was gonna go into conservation, but I didn't even get through my first semester before the war happened. I haven't really thought about it much since.
Hey, maybe when all this is over, right? It seems like things are winding down now with the Titans stepping down. Maybe this is all going to be over a lot sooner than we thought.
Clyde,
Yes.
roll me keen politics.
Four. Okay. It's about to be rough, probably. 2 failures.
You don't know what's going on.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I guess there's no harm in hoping for the best.
I don't really know what I'd do with myself outside of the military. I don't even. There's nobody really nobody really outside the military. Well, there's my aunt. I haven't talked to her in a minute though. We used to exchange letters, but I had I had to cut that off when I went AWOL.
And
Yeah,
oh,
oh, I was just going to say that I don't really have many people to talk to outside of the military either, considering the current awkward situation, but I think that probably goes without saying.
yes, your military coworkers, your dad and best friend, who are also officers.
Yeah, and are currently on opposing sides from me.
Your class reunion's gonna be great because like half the dudes in your graduating class probably spent a good portion of time killing each other.
So cool. I can't wait for that reunion.
So Anne, what are you doing? Let me pose you a different question. Do you feel like you've proved yourself?
Not yet. There is
there-
work to be done.
Is there anything you feel like you could do to work towards proving yourself?
Just keep killing titans. And right now, there's no titan killing going on. So I think she'd be. So unless somebody else grabbed her for something, I think she'd be idling somehow. That's now how would she pass the time?
She's going into standby mode, disassociating.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the restless sort of sitting there doing nothing. Although this might be a good time to have. Damn. If Perry were here, it'd be a good time to hit the patch and lands and talk.
Actually, because Perry is currently indisposed, I'm gonna go with the next best thing. And while you're disassociating, someone stands right in front of you. They walk up.
It takes a little while to pull her brains back together and look at whoever this is.
You look up, you see a man, with red hair. It's Captain Buser, and he says, "Are you all right?"
Yeah, I'm fine, sir.
He raises his eyebrow, and he looks at his watch. It took you 10 seconds to realize I was standing right in front of you.
Yeah, I'm idling.
Idling.
Yeah, I was asleep sitting up.
With your eyes open.
Yeah.
He stares at you. You know, you could always be doing something useful or, getting some more sleep.
I tried sleeping, but it was a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult to sleep in the middle of the day.
Well, it's not your time, it's Karaba's time.
Anne thinks. And then Anne has a good long think about the kinds of things that would be a good idea to do. And this is me thinking as well. Okay, she turns to the captain and says, "What do you suggest?"
Well, there's always more sim time, catching some Z's, or read a book. Just don't stand there just staring up into blank space. The enlisted are starting to stare. And if you look around you, you can see you are, in fact, making a scene.
Anne makes a scene by doing absolutely nothing. That's a new record.
In, like, the weirdest way possible.
Can't they see she's just aura farming? SMH.
You shut.
Yeah, she... Yep, Anne heads off to the simulators. As I try and think of what I was planning on having her do.
You get there. What do you want to train on?
The good old Nemo, which she is currently assigned to. She is a Nemo pilot.
Nemo.
Nemo.
You get in. You boot it up. So what kind of scenario are you looking for?
Do they have Psycho Gundams?
No, but you want to know the next best thing?
Yes.
They do have Zeong in the simulator.
Anne nearly falls over in her seat seeing they have that, and she immediately chooses that.
Alrighty. They have two presets. They have what's called Alex Nom, which is, or like your what's it, Ivan Kowalski's, your John Smith insert, which is, the basic setting, or you have Char's 1-year war data.
She immediately picks Char.
Alrighty then.
She's gonna get her ass kicked so hard.
Please make me a keen awareness systems, not with your telepathy.
Right, there's a 5. And there's a 5 plus a 4. There's a threshold of 14, I believe. And a result of 9. That is 6 successes.
Ooh, you lose. Please make me a move check right now.
That is definitely a failure. That's a failure by like... Yeah, that's a failure by 3.
You get this started up. A beam immediately shoots above you. You dodge for a second, and then, from a different direction, 3 more beams come at you, destroying your shield, and then the torso of your cockpit. You got about a second to think before the screen goes black and says pilot death. Beam rifle.
Anne stares at the screen, and she decides to train in the manner that she is accustomed to. She repeats the simulation over and over.
To no avail.
She gets killed by Shar Aznable 10 times in 10 times in like 2 minutes.
Like he's wiping the
That's a
floor
new
with
record.
you. And what are you thinking? Smashing your face against this wall.
He's thinking, God damn it, why can't I beat Shar? And it is not but it does occur to her to blame the Nemo, to blame the massive disparity, to blame the fact that it's Shar Aznable. But it does occur to her, but she does not do that. It is frustrating.
Hello.
We finally got Pancake. Pancake.
I'm fucking exhausted, man. 6 hours of fucking standing in line at the post office, getting my goddamn passport done. Now I'm late to work, and work has seemed fit to drown me in bullshit.
You ready to go?
Anyway, hit me
You see,
for an undetermined amount of time.
yeah. So like, an hour passes. Duos, you're wondering where the hell Anne is.
I don't know, Deuce has just been in the cockpit of the Mark II running Sims over and over and over again.
Oh, doing the exact same fucking thing.
Oh my god,
Yeah, but
everybody's
instead
in simulator jail.
But instead of fighting the Xeon over and over again, he's meticulously recreated the MS data for the Gundam Mark IV
Oh.
using all available resources.
What's the scenario?
Same shit, different toilet. 1v1, various terrain types.
I'd like you to roll me a move check right now.
All right, give me one sec. Someone pull my sheet up.
Oh yeah, that's right. Let me also get Charles
I
up
might
on it.
have it.
I can do this
Um,
myself, don't worry.
No, that's lands. Do that. I got it up. That's a
Oh,
14.
you win.
One second. Fighting dice. I have barely any energy to stand on my own 2 fucking feet right now. I should have just called that out. Eight.
Ooh, 10. The Mark IV comes upon you, and please make me a melee check, which would be a 15 for you.
7. Did you catch that?
Yeah, just one more. I'm rolling for Charles. Ooh, you get 9 successes. That does not, however, beat Charles 12. It goes the same as before, and the Mark IV comes upon you. You countercharge. He pushes you back through the sheer force of the mobile suit. You're down on the ground. Hunt has to save you again.
Great.
You do this a couple more times. What
Mhm.
I understand why Anne is, bashing her face against the metaphorical wall that is Shar Astable. Why are you doing it?
He doesn't want to be caught off guard again.
How long have you been doing this?
Probably for a good hour or two. That at least gives a narrative reason for his absence.
Sergeant Ann,
Yes?
you hear a knock on the mobile suit.
Anne opens the door.
You see Chevalier and he says, "Are you right in there?
Yep.
You haven't come out for a while."
I've been training.
Well, he like brings up like a cart, like one of those takeout, like to go meal things. As well, would I interest you in lunch?
After a brief silence, Anne says, sure.
He hands it over, and then he pulls another canteen from his belt, hands it to you.
Anne takes the canteen, too.
Any interesting scenarios?
What did you say?
Any interesting scenarios?
Oh, I found out they have a Zeong.
Ah, yes, that. Why would you want to fight that?
Well, a Zeong is the ancestor of the Psycho Gundam.
Yes.
And we fight Psycho Gundams.
Generously put, yes.
So if I can beat a Zeong, I might be able to beat a Psycho Gundam.
In an ideal world.
Yeah, the Titans are all most surrendering by now. I don't think they have any Psycho Gundams left.
Well, I suppose we'll find out soon enough. Yes, but they don't know that, Pancake.
Hey, if they're surrendering, maybe we'll get a Psycho Gundam.
Just everything on Anne's Christmas list is the Torment Nexus.
Yep. We piloted the Torment Nexus from famous episode of Zeta Gundam, Don't Pilot the Torment Nexus.
I love sticking my characters in the contraption.
Not patch.
Mashallah, he will be put in the Pear Wiggler.
Not patch. At least not yet, no.
A lot's gonna have to happen to make that a reality.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Clyde.
Yes.
You're feeling the ground shake. As are the rest of you, and in a very distinctive way. A very familiar one. Mobile suits.
Is it mobile suits walking?
Yes, it's a mobile suit walking. Multiple mobile suits walking. Duos.
Patch, oh.
You know, as the one with the most experience here, you could estimate by how much the ground's shaking that it's at least, I don't know, 50 mobile suits.
Jesus.
The fuck you mean 50? Duos is immediately fucking pausing the simulation and going outside.
You know, you open up the cockpit. You open up your cockpit, or you just go back to normal screens.
Now he's opening up the cockpit. This is shit he needs to see with his own eyes.
You know, you get out and you see a column of what looks like Jim Quells walking towards your outpost. And I mean walking, not running, not shooting, just walking.
Duos is going to run through the pre-flight checks of the Gundam Mark II and basically spool up the reactor. Not for a full activation, just if they need a cold start. God damn it. Can't even fucking eat lunch in peace.
Patch kind of like looks around the tent flap. I'm assuming. Can I see this from where I am?
You know, if you were to stand, like immediately walk outside, you could see them just over the horizon, just on the road, walking towards you, like quite slowly.
He does sort of like the shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand. He's like squinting. Then he kind of turns back to Clyde and is like, "I is that should we be worried about that? I think there's mobile suits and a lot of them."
Clyde, when you look off into the distance, you see the lead mobile suit flashing in Morse code, surrender, surrender, with its hands up.
Oh, I have a funny idea. Though Anne would have to be there to say it. If that's fine.
I assume Anne knows what's going on.
Yeah, so Anne sees the Morse code and she says, "They're telling us to surrender! Open fire!"
You hear Captain Muser over the radio says, "Belay that." You see the Rick Diaz of the command element of the company leave and go forward to go beat these Titans.
It's weird they demand us to surrender without bringing any weapons. They must be getting overconfident.
I don't think they were telling us to surrender. I think they were surrendering.
We should probably get to our mobile suits anyway. Clyde's gonna kind of zoom in with his camera as far as he can to kind of take a look at what all's out there.
Please make me a keen investigate check.
Patch is also going to go to his mobile suit.
2 successes.
Clyde, you're looking around, and lo and behold, your eyes are not deceiving you. You can see a Gundam.
Is it the Mark IV?
It
That's
kind of
right.
looks like a Mark II.
Oh, shit,
Um,
it's a Gullen Bursty.
when I get in my mobile suit, obviously powering on the monitors and everything, can I use that to zoom in and try to see what's going on as well?
Sure.
Okay.
Clyde's also probably going to take a picture of that. Another one to add to the collection.
What, like your General
Um,
Grievous?
Yeah.
This will make a fine addition to my collection. So having zoomed in, do I see the Mark II? And if so, does it look recognizable or familiar to me at all?
So, like, just looking at it, it kind of looks like a Mark II, but like the head's all wrong, and like there's no V fin.
Interesting.
It's
I'm gonna go on
it's painted.
comms.
It's painted like the Mark
Oh,
II, like that Fiverine was piloting, but like it doesn't look quite right.
yeah. I'm gonna go on comms, and I'm gonna say, can anyone identify the mobile suit at the head? It looks like a Mark II, but there's something wrong with it. Like, it doesn't have a V-fin? I don't know.
Okay, who in the group is likely to know what the thing is?
Duos.
Oof.
Clyde's probably going to look through like the index in his suit, see if he finds anything.
You're not.
I got nothing on the index.
Can I try to see if, like, my suit recognizes the signature? I mean, it probably wouldn't, but
Nope.
sometimes they do. Okay, cool.
Like you have no idea who these guys are.
Neat.
Although you can see a unit marking.
Is it something I would recognize?
Roll me keen academics.
Okay. Come here, dice. Let's try these two today. That is a 4 plus a 3. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I put it in wrong again. Okay, 2 successes.
2 successes. You don't know anyone from this unit, but you have heard of this unit before. It's called the special battalion. Special Titans
Special
battalion.
battalion.
Yep.
Okay.
All you know about it is they field test weird shit in like the sub-Saharan and desert.
So, I'm gonna go over comms, and I'm gonna say, well, okay, I don't know what the mobile suit is, but I recognize the unit symbol. It's the special test unit. I've
Oh,
never,
guys who test
I
things.
yeah, I've never really directly interacted with them, but they test out different prototype mobile suits. Weird shit.
If they're surrendering, does that mean we can take their prototype suits?
Maybe we'll get something fun.
I'd be more concerned that it's some kind of feint. Yeah, it's against the rules of war, but we're not exactly properly at war anymore.
And
If it's a fake surrender, we can put them in jail, and then if anything goes wrong, like they rig the reactors to blow or something, we can execute them in their cells.
thank you,
I'm
Anne.
hoping to avoid any of that.
Anne?
Oh, I'm
I don't
back.
know.
Especially not that last part, Anne.
Anne, yeah, when you look closer on, you see the special boy mobile suit turn around. You see something. Actually, you feel something. It's a very uncanny feeling. It's almost like a
Does
psychotic.
Duos feel this as well?
Yes, Duos. I'm just gonna
Ow.
say, you're shocked. This mobile suit shocks you.
It feels.
I don't like it. Blow it up.
Actually,
No,
that'd
it
be very
feels-
bad. It's you're actually painfully
Yeah.
aware of what this thing is.
It feels like some
What is
kind
it?
You zoom in just to be sure your eyes aren't deceiving you, and you see a person walk out of this as Captain Buser is talking with the lead Jim Quell, and out steps a pilot who takes off their helmet, revealing their red hair.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
fuck.
and zooms
Uh-oh.
in on the pilot.
You can hear Duos audibly gasp
You know
Am I
who
seeing
you are?
this?
over comms.
1 second.
And the Mark II is going to go running out of the hangar up to this mobile suit.
All of you see the Mark II just go into a dead sprint. Chev asking, "Where are you going?"
Wait, Duos, what the hell? What's wrong?
He is not answering.
All right,
Hey.
let's follow him. Make sure he doesn't do anything rash.
Yeah, good idea.
And follows.
And keep your guns on safety.
Yeah, maybe it would be better if she stays here. Whatever.
Now she can stay.
You see, you've started a situation, Duos, with the two
Duos does not care.
Rictiasas, who are your command elements. You see Captain Buser trying to calm down the situation of these Titans who are clearly spooked by you suddenly running at them.
And when the Mark II reaches arm's length away from the other strange Mark II, it's going to stop, and the hand is going to be brought to the cockpit, and Duos is going to step out. Zoe?
Zoe Abriere was forced into the Titans a good while ago, made to pilot a machine that had been brought away from her a long time ago, that they seemed to have taken her from the people she cared about purely so they could pilot this machine, this old machine of hers. And when she saw the Mark II running towards her, she felt a presence, and she said to herself, Leah? No, I know who that is. As the cockpit opens and Duos, I say with massive quotation marks, steps out, she undoes her hair tie, letting her red hair flow in the wind. She is carrying with her a guitar case on her back that she seemed to have put into the cockpit before she launched out for this whatever mission she was part of. And she just gives the older pilot a warm, familiar smile. Hey, Connie. Been a while, hasn't it?
Connie, in your head, had your radio in your helmet. Captain Buser's yelling you. What the hell do you think you're doing, Lieutenant?
Again, Connie does not answer. Instead, he jumps from one mobile suit hand to the other and hugs Zoe.
She hugs him back. I missed you too.
Jesus Christ. Thought you were dead.
No, I managed to get to Side 6 safely. For a few years at least. I guess you weren't expecting to see this old face, and she points up to the Pale Rider's, or well, sorry, the Rider Eliel's face.
Anne is eyeing the Pale Rider and trying to figure out what's so uncanny about it.
Who has this
It's
notification?
tall.
And
It's tall.
who's getting
Black.
banged?
Dude, my fucking computer's tweaking out. Sorry.
It's okay, sorry.
I will be right back.
It's tall, black, bulky, evil ass mobile suit. I sick my covenant on you.
You know, that thing looks just like some kind of fucked up new type lab machine. And Anne
Spitty
continues
assholes.
eyeing it.
Oh dearie, you don't want a piece of this.
Actually, Zoe, roll me keen awareness telepathy.
Okay. Keen awareness, telepathy, so that's a 10. Five successes.
You can feel a presence observing you. You turn to a Nemo.
Oh, Zoe's eye immediately shoots towards Anne's mobile suit. And I would like to roll a pressure intimidation, please.
Anne, would you like to answer back with this?
I will also attempt to intimidate her back.
Please, both of you, wrath, intimidation, pressure. This is a 2d6.
8. 10. And that's a critical success.
That is a
Real
failure.
quick, by the way, Swappy, here, real quick. Zoe can probably notice that his right arm has a lot more heft to it than it did before.
I will address that in just a moment. She has to aura farm real quick.
Actually, I was thinking like you're having your stand battle.
Unfortunately, Anne has a 0 in Intimidate, so this failure is going to give her her first point in that.
But yes, I rolled a critical success on my intimidation roll.
And it's you're staring off with this redhead who Duos just ran up to.
It feels like a hot piece of iron has been shoved directly between your eyes. This girl has seen and done things with this mobile suit.
Duos, do you have anything to say? Oh,
How old does the girl look?
Nearly mid-20s. She would have been a teenager during the war.
Anne must acknowledge that this is an OG child soldier.
this is an OG. Oh god.
Oh fuck, she's been a child soldier for longer than I have.
Oh god, she has seniority.
Anne loses the stand battle and hisses like a cat. Fortunately, no one can hear that since the comms are off.
Zoe just sensed that
Patch, Clyde.
this was
Yeah.
this was more of a defensive thing because well, this machine isn't something you should be messing with, and she kind of felt that.
We'll
So
get to that.
she's gonna want to whip that away. But as she's doing that, she suddenly notices that Connie's arm feels heavier, and she's just like, "Connie, your arm." And I'll let others take over until Pancake can come back.
From his hell job, Clyde, Patch.
Yes.
You hear Sergeant Ann hiss in her cockpit like a cat.
Patch keeps kind of this whole time he's kind of been trying to ping Duos over comms, and obviously he's not responding. Um, but at this point, he's just like trying to ping anybody, and he's like, "What is going on? I'm what's happening?" My question, how am I? Ooh, okay.
Old friends, maybe?
Um, am I like close enough to see what's going on?
You can see them talking in the hand of this mobile suit, but that's you can't hear anything they're saying.
Okay, yeah.
They've both taken off their
So
helmets, so
I noticed that they're talking and it doesn't look like a hostile confrontation, so Patch just kinda, like, stops and, like, tries to
Considering
motion for, for anybody behind him to stop, and he's like, I guess. I think so. I don't know, it doesn't look like they're fighting. I don't know. Maybe we should probably stay out of it. I think it's somebody Duos knows."
then Cather
oh
Busier comes
god,
over the radio and asks, First team, do any of you know why Lieutenant Duos felt the need to suddenly come out here?"
I don't know.
You
No
needed to talk
idea,
to
sir, I'm
whoever that is, I
sorry.
guess.
It's probably somebody he knows. I trust him, I don't think he'd do something stupid if he didn't have a good reason.
Well, he's sure as hell making this more complicated.
Well, they were surrendering, right? It's probably I mean, if he's got some kind of amicable relationship with the head of their team, I'm sure that would make it smoother.
It would if he didn't suddenly have come out here with a fully armed Gundam.
Yeah, that does, complicate things. Look, we'll hold back. I don't wanna make it look like we wanna escalate the situation any more than we already have.
guess let's pull back and let Duos have his conversation.
You know, because Pancake cannot speak, now is as good a time as any to have a little break. How about 5 minutes?
Sure.
Okay.
Subway slammers.
Okay. I've saved this dies in magma image. I have to make something really important real quick.
If
Have Walker will never
oh,
die. Next, Have Walker dies in magma.
so, Perry, if you're ready, Duos is currently preoccupied, and our scene is on pause until Pancake can speak.
Perfect time for a recap. Sorry I'm late, guys.
No worries.
It's all right.
You're here.
We chillin'.
Recap. First off, I have problems with my headphones, which necessitated a contraption. See, the listening part didn't work right, but the microphone still did. So I had to unplug the earphones part of the jack and substitute different headphones. And now I have 2 pairs of headphones on my head.
They each individually give you a different charisma bonus.
No, it's got to give you a bonus on hammers.
So,
Gives me a
Lance,
bonus weight put on my head.
Lance, there's a situation in northern Dakar, but you're not there right now. You know where you are?
Where am I?
You've been asked, a few miles south, to come talk to Lieutenant Hunt. Sorry,
Okay.
Commander Hunt.
Okay, yeah, no, he'll go report to Lieutenant Commander Hunt.
You get to her office, which is really just like an abandoned office complex that the AEUG is now using for the brigade. And you get to the door right in front of that's hers. You're right in front of it.
All right, yeah, Lance would knock on the door.
Your tired voice say, "Come in."
Lieutenant Commander, it's Lance reporting for duty.
She looks like she's in a bad mood. Lance, I was meaning to talk to you.
Oh, it's good to see you too.
Please take a seat.
He plops down.
So, how are you doing?
Never better.
Really?
What do I have to complain about?
Well, anything. I'm not asking as your superior officer. I'm asking as your friend.
Your Lance kind of stammers a second, very confused, before going, well, I guess I wish I was in a fight.
Somehow I should have seen that coming. How's our problem child new type?
Sergeant Ann, she's doing okay. She's a little overeager, but why wouldn't she be?
No problems on your end? Keeping her in control?
Well, I don't really control her, ma'am, as much as I just give her some ibuprofen and tell her good work.
Ibuprofen?
Yeah,
Why would you need ibuprofen?
she has these very bad headaches that she keeps complaining of.
Ah,
I reported it to the doctor, but the doctor seems to think it's just she's bereft of some medication they used to give her. So I've been trying to find her alternatives.
all right. What about you? We haven't had a chance to talk since, Dakar.
Lance kind of just blinks again. He's really confused by this behavior from Hun, and he goes, "Well, I have no complaints. I'm an ace now. I'm still spinning the color wheel on what color I'm going to paint the mobile suit, but Lieutenant Chevalier gave a really good idea of just making it a monotone color.
Huh.
Or, no, monocolor is the word he used. Some other mechanic, but I think he was drunk, said that I should take a swatch of color from every ace I defeat and put it on, but I don't know. That feels like a lot of work to maintain for the maintenance guy, so I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'll stick with the one color.
Yeah, that sounds like the easiest way to get a mechanic to brain you.
Which is weird because it was a mechanic who suggested it.
Are you sure it's not someone else's mechanic?
True. Good point. I don't know. A lot of the people around here look the same to me.
What about Lieutenant Duos? I did ask him to look over you.
You asked him to look over me?
He's your executive officer, and has a lot of combat experience. So I asked him to make sure you didn't get yourself into trouble. It's not like it's not like I asked him to disregard your orders.
Land's eye twitches, but that is the only physical response. He just goes, Lieutenant Duos has been good to work with, ma'am.
Good. The fact that none of you are running into problems is a good sign. Means that there's nothing to really complain about, and I guess my fears were just misplaced.
I have no complaints about my team. They're all fine people. They're good combatants. They follow orders and they get the job done. They have a few mental instability issues, I think, but that's nothing more combat won't work out of them eventually.
You know, it's usually the other way around. Like
I
that.
don't follow.
Like that Titans kid.
What Titans kid?
What was it? Arnie?
Who?
Burnsbury? What was his name again?
Oh, you're talking about Patch?
Oh, yeah, that's the one. Mr. Patch.
He's just tormented by the weight of his sins. He'll get over it.
Holy shit, I'm back.
She arcs a laugh. And then Hun says, you know, every single time we come back from a real combat sortie, he's always shit-faced.
Well, that's partially my fault, ma'am. I take them all out for drinks.
Well, maybe you shouldn't. At least not as much.
Why? Yeah, I was taught by the others back in the day when I was a kid that that's what you do after a sortie.
Yeah, but not to the point that you black out every single time.
I mean, the tankers I was with gave me my first beer when I was... I don't remember how old I was.
You know, they shouldn't have given you that.
Why?
Well, because you were a child.
Well, it doesn't seem to have done anything for my development or mental faculties, so it couldn't have been that bad.
How tall are you again?
I thought normal height.
You're a tad short, Lance.
For a mobile suit pilot, I feel like I'm average height, no?
No, for a man of your age.
Well, I'm 5'8".
5'8", 5'8" is tall.
Well, at least you seem chipper.
I was being taught by Lieutenant Duos about this old conflict called the Second Global War. And I was reading that paratroopers back then had to be 5'5". So, by the standards of the warriors of that time period, I'm technically above average.
Well, soldiers back then tended to be shorter on average anyways.
Well, exactly. So if I compare myself to the greats of the past, what's there to worry about?
Are you aware of what the average height of a man is in the Universal Century?
No. Why would I care about that?
Well, for one thing, in the context of this conversation, Lance, you are abnormally short, and I know what your medical record's like.
Well, yeah, but that was probably the gas, not the alcohol.
I doubt the alcohol helped.
I think the alcohol helped. It made me into a tougher pilot.
She like shakes her head.
Anyways, I guess I'll just cut back Patch's drinking a little bit and stop issuing them alcohol.
At least not so much, or at least supervise them.
Well, I was leaving it up to their own self-supervision how much alcohol they got with their ration.
Well, it's your job as an officer to make sure that they're combat ready at all times. Unless,
They're
of
always
course,
combat ready.
not if they are hungover or blackout drunk.
No, that's even better. It puts them in the right headspace.
Well, not when I can barely walk. Anyways,
You don't need
Lance.
to walk to pilot a mobile suit. Look at me.
Well, how are you going to get to
I'm
the
not
mobile
good at
suit?
walking. I climb.
With your hands alone?
I guess if it really came down to it, I could crawl. He kind of like rubs his.
Lance?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, no, this is Gomine speaking. Please make me a keen empathy.
That was a 5 against a keen of 3 and an empathy of 3. So actually, he succeeds with 2 successes. Amazing.
You can
Wow.
see there's something just sort of off about the lieutenant commander.
Are you all right, ma'am? You don't seem like you usually do.
That's just
You
bad
sure you're
news.
not hungover?
Not just bad news.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say. Bad news becomes bearable the more you complain about it.
She like picks up the letter. I'm not so sure about that. She gets a sad look about her.
Lane's just stares.
She hands it to you.
Lance tries to remember if he can read. Let me check his sheet. Yeah, he can read.
Tenchi.
Look, I forgot I was illiterate.
Tenchi, please, for posterity, say that.
The note from the doctor came back. We have to put Lance down.
Don't worry, euthanasia is completely painless. You know, you don't get it. I want it to hurt.
Anyways, Lance.
Lance will read the letter carefully, taking a long time to read it because he's still not quite used to this.
It's from Mr. Hunt.
Is it all squiggly lines?
No, this guy writes in print.
Thank God. Lance would suffer.
You and me both, buddy. Anyways. You get the gist of it, and he says, I can't do this anymore. And just ends with, I want a divorce.
Oh! Lance folds the letter and goes, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. For what it's worth, I liked him when I met him that one time. But I guess if he's divorcing you, I hate him now.
One moment.
Hunt-based morality system for real.
She does like the Gendo pose. And then she asks you, Lance, am I a bad mother?
I turned out great. And you're the closest thing I have to a mother.
She sighs deeply. I often wonder if I messed up.
Why? I'm an ace pilot. I'm doing great in combat right now. I've got a bunch of friends who care about me and who I trust implicitly.
Guess you're right about that.
Because of you, I'm out here defeating the Titans, who are ontologically evil, according to the stuff you made me read.
Sorry. I go my need to laugh. Hunt says with total serious, well, yeah, they are evil.
And so we cannot be evil by virtue of our opposition to evil, right?
I suppose.
So if you're not evil, you can't be bad, especially because you're a good pilot.
What's that have to do with anything?
Well, the fact that you're a good pilot puts you at this peak of skill and ability. So you, by definition, can't be bad.
Is Shar
Say that
Astapol
in front of Anne.
a good person then?
I guess. I never really thought of him.
What about Annabelle Gatto, the man who dropped a colony on Earth?
Well, no, because he killed civilians.
But wasn't he a good pilot?
Yeah, but he killed civilians. If you use all your power to kill people who can't fight back, you're a bad person.
Lance, you do know I like shot down troop transports during the war, right?
Yeah, but those are valid military targets according to the readings you gave me.
Well, how can they not fight back?
I guess a lack of will.
Lance, you sound like a Zeke.
Yes, man. Well, you have had me hanging out with a lot of Zeeks for the last few months.
You're right. I have no one to blame but myself.
And you did explicitly order me to get along with them rather than try to fight.
You know, you've always... I'm surprised. You do it much better than me. I barely stand those fuckers.
Oh, what do I have to begrudge them for?
The death of your entire colony.
Well, that wasn't them.
Are you sure?
That was the zombies.
Well, who pulled the triggers?
I assume a zombie.
You think Gozo Zabi personally gassed your colony?
Not Dozel.
I would hope so.
Dozel.
I heard he was a very strong pilot. That would have been a fun fight, but he's dead. But at the end of the day, what is it? I mean, and Lance kind of pauses for a moment before thinking. Yeah, the Principality of Xeon gassed my colony, but the Republic of Xeon didn't. And it's a new nation now. And the people fighting with me may or may not have had anything to do with that. Unless I'm going to begin an investigation, of which that really isn't my strong suit, to be honest, ma'am. I have no real way of knowing if they did or didn't. But you told me to trust them and to get along with them, so I have to assume you wouldn't have me working alongside people who killed my colony.
I don't know how you do this, Lance.
Do what?
Just handle it so much better.
Well, you taught me well, ma'am.
I suppose I'm not a total fuck up. You turned
Far
out.
from it, ma'am. You're one of the top aces of the Federation, and you're making another one.
Ambitious, certainly.
Well, I gotta be now. I've found out that I'll fight better people if I'm an ace, so I have to be one of the best ones to fight the best. Heck, maybe one day I'll get to fight duos.
Why would you be fighting duos?
Why not? It would be fun.
Well, is it the right thing to do?
Why does that matter?
Well, that's... Lance, you're an officer now. You have to consider why you pulled the trigger to begin with.
Well,
Yeah.
because you tell me to.
But what if... Lance, what if I'm not there?
Then I would follow the next superior officer in the chain of command.
Yeah, but what if they're wrong?
Well, then they're probably a weakling and I fight them.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think of the correct response to get to the planned thing we had.
Go mine understands that you gotta employ the Socratic method with Lands, and eventually Lands will defeat Socrates himself.
Parentheses,
Socrates
God.
sounds strong. Do you think he would have been a good fight?
Actually, probably. Ancient Greek philosophers were often also warriors.
You're also really into wrestling. Nice thesis, bro. What's your deadlift max out at?
Again, Lance really is a product of another time, and that is all I will say.
Dude's walking
The
around with
numbers in
bunnies.
Greek philosophy debates. He would have done numbers.
Anyways, then Hunt says, well, I guess closest thing to being a mother, I didn't mess up with you.
Far from it, ma'am. I'm very successful and well adjusted.
Not so sure about that.
He deflates slightly.
She smiles a little bit, bemused. I guess it's just me alone then. Well, she gets a contemplative look. It's actually just me and you.
Yes, ma'am.
Lance?
Yes, ma'am.
And she, you look at her considering her words and says, you said you considered me the closest thing you had to a mother, right?
Yep.
Would you like that to be true? Not closest thing.
What do you mean? It already is true.
No, but officially.
Aren't I? You brought me to your family barbecue.
Yeah, and Arnold's such a better cook than me. And anyways, I'm being serious right now.
Well, I would be honored, ma'am. It would be one of the best days of my life.
No, maybe I should have thought about this a lot sooner.
I don't blame you. I only became an ace recently.
Well, it has nothing to do with that.
He doesn't seem to comprehend this.
And I'm gonna leave Lance to his confusion. So, Pancake.
Guess who got called out again?
God damn it!
We could do the thing with Anne and Lance and Patch.
Yeah, but then
Give me 5 minutes. It's not going to take that long.
Yeah, so 5 minutes. I can drag this out a little bit more. So, Lance, got to walk around the guard yet?
No, I'm looking forward to it, though.
Big city.
Yeah, I heard there's a lot to drink.
I thought we already had a conversation about that.
I heard there's a lot to behold and contemplate on.
That's much better.
So I'm hoping to take the team out and look around and see what I can see. I might go visit the memorial to the Dakar heroes or whatever the hell it's called. I heard they took down Zaku's.
Yep, nothing but fighters, tanks, and ATGMs.
Yeah, kind of a shame that their modern incarnation just sucks.
I was hoping that at least they lived up to their reputation.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you get rid of your best officers, huh?
Guess so. Maybe just becoming a Titan makes you stupid.
Maybe. But honestly, I don't feel very smart either.
Lance, I'm sure I can fix that.
Fix what?
I can make you smarter.
I was given the gift of being a skilled pilot and being very good at what I do, and I can rely on others to do the thinking. Got to know my weaknesses after all. That's why I like my team so much. Clyde has so many thoughts, Duos has so many thoughts, Patch has so many thoughts, and has loud thoughts.
Loud thoughts.
she's just kind of, you can tell she's thinking about something. You know what I mean? Like when she's like, she gets this look in her expression, like she's seen a fly, and she just starts staring, and it looks like she's hurting her head.
Huh? Didn't you say the same thing about what was his name? Bill something.
Lance shrugs.
You like those guys plenty.
Yeah, I guess. I hope they're doing okay.
You guess?
Well, after everything that happened, I'm worried I haven't heard from them.
Like stops. Wait, did you like send them letters after you defected?
Of course. We're still friends.
Hunt looks at you and says, "Why would they be friends with you?"
Well, we fought together. We'd been squad mates for a while, fighting the remnants. That's where I got my first ever victory.
Lance, someone died.
Yeah, I know. I'm sad about that. I don't know why they were running around on foot in that. But that is the nature of battle, unfortunately. Some times stuff happens, no matter how skilled you are and how much you try to avoid it. Sometimes people die. I don't like it, and I really was upset because they were a buddy, but I don't know. I don't really think there was anything I could have done differently in that situation. 2-on-1 beam sabers is tough even for me.
I think I've run the course of this conversation.
But Lance is just kind of zoning out now, like now that he's thinking about it. Like Hunt has literally given him Vietnam flashback, so that's where he's at the moment.
They're
Hey,
both
Lens, enjoy your PTSD.
PPSD.
It comes free with every intense combat situation.
Okay, here's an idea actually. Clyde and
Yes.
Patch. You're sitting
Yeah.
as Duos and what's her name are talking, and a command car from some Federation regulars rocks up to the base. Well, your little outpost.
I assume we've gotten out of our mobile suits. Like we went back.
Yeah, he went back to your little outpost. You can still see these Titans in surrendering. They're starting to walk over.
Federation they're Titans or regulars?
Regulars.
Patch stands up, like sort of to acknowledge them. If they're walking over in this direction.
Yeah, he does. And, he walks over to Chev, and then you hear the name Lance spoken.
And perks her ears up.
Apparently, this guy's looking for him. Clyde, if you were to, when you catch a glimpse of his shoulder, his collar tabs, look, he's a EFGF captain.
Patch recognizes Lance's name, obviously, and that they're looking for him. So he just kind of like walks over, and he's like, excuse me if you don't mind me interrupting. Lance is stationed here. I think he's talking to the commander right now, though.
So that son of a bitch isn't here?
Well, he's here, but not. He just kind of like gestures to the immediate area. He's not here.
Do you know when he'll be
Is
back?
there? No. Is there anything that you need, or?
I need to give him a fucking knuckle sandwich.
Oh, you want to fight him?
Oh, okay. Patch thought this was going to go in a very different direction. And he's just kind of like backing up a little bit, and he's like, I'm sure he'll be back soon.
Yeah, you can fight him when he gets back.
Ideally, no one should fight anybody right now, but
I mean, are you gonna tell them that?
yeah, I don't think they'll listen to me, but that doesn't mean I can't try.
Exactly. Exactly. If they want to pick a fight with Lance, let them pick the fight.
Maybe
Besides,
the commander
he'll
can
probably
defuse
win
the
anyway.
situation. Hopefully.
The best way of diffusing the situation is for Lance to kick their asses.
I disagree, but that's all right.
Finally.
Better with a
Duos.
fist than a mobile suit.
Duos.
Yes.
You're back at this outpost. You're talking with Zoe.
So yeah, basically while they're coming up midway through the conversation, you can hear, yeah, I lost my arm in 0083. I pushed some kid out of the way from some mobile armor's beam cannon.
Is it me, or do you always seem to be pushing your way into losing a limb?
It tends to happen. Hell, last time before this, I got paralyzed from the legs down.
Yes, I was there. As for me, well, I managed to get out of the conflict, at least until the Titans decided to come knocking.
Yeah.
They came
Duos
looking.
is going to go ahead.
They came looking for me so they could, just so I could pilot this thing again. Apparently, I'm the only one who really can.
You look up
At least
Duos and you see the rider. Something you haven't seen in what? 7 years? Going on 8?
8. He shivers a bit and touches a scar on his face. He's still not over it.
she places her hand on the scar, like slides her finger across it. I'm in control now. You don't have to worry about me.
I know. And Duos goes off, sees his current squad, and starts introducing his old compatriot to them.
Actually, what you see, Duos, is that Patch and Ann are currently talking to a very angry, EFF regulars captain.
All right. Duos is instead going to crack his knuckles and start Popeye walking up to this motherfucker.
Clyde's gonna see this and be like, Duos, calm down. If you fight Lance's fight for him, he's gonna be mad. He'll want to do it himself.
What is this about Lanza's fight?
Oh, these guys want to fight Lance.
Yeah, whoever this guy is, I don't think he likes him very much.
And Duos is going to look him up and down, see the captain stripes, and so, Captain asshole, what's your beef with my superior officer?
He says, "Your superior officer is a fucking snake."
Says the guy that was working with the Titans.
Oh, is this about?
He's not
did
a
he
Titans.
leave you?
He's an EFGF guy.
I know, but they were still working with the Titans, and they were subordinate to them.
Well, that's slightly complicated. It doesn't exactly work like that.
Yes. Keep in mind, Duos is in tribe mentality, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like Duos probably believes that.
Yeah. And then he says, well, I don't see. Well, I wouldn't trust him if I were you.
Why not?
I don't know. That dumb kid saved my life often enough on the field.
Yeah, and he did mine too, until he stepped on one of our friends.
What, like on purpose?
Does it really matter?
It
Kind of,
does
yeah.
matter.
I guess intent does kind of matter, yeah.
Zoe is just crossing her arms and leaning up against the leg of the rider, just like, seems like some things never change.
Lance!
Yes.
You arrive back in a command car.
Lance hops out, hands in his pockets as he kind of looks over, sees
You see
everyone
like
else.
these
sees some of
this big gaggle of like 50 or so Jim Quells just sort of like giving up their weapons and moving further into the city.
And decides to read him in, if he's there.
Lance, looking around, you see Captain Bill Yank.
Oh, Bill? Lance waves.
Oh, these guys are here to fight you.
Lance, you see Bill take 3 steps before he walks up right in front of you and clocks you in the face.
We already had him,
Duos
and then it
going to
just
stop
cuts out
this.
as he's smacked.
All right, that's it. Barroom ball time. Connie is going to clock Captain Bill. He's not going to clock him. He's going to hammer fist him in the back of the head.
Like William Shatner.
Please roll
Like
me
he's basically
grit melee.
Patch is just kind of like, oh, guys, wait. And then he realizes that there's no way he can get in between any of this.
Just let it happen, she says, though she's leaning on the rider.
6.
So that's 6. Melee 5. Grit 2. 7. That's 2 successes versus Captain Bill's 5. You just sort of like punch into his arms. His guard. You stay the fuck out of this, Lieutenant.
Oh, I'm not going to let you beat up my SO, cocksucker.
Hey, Lance wouldn't want you to steal his fight.
Is it just Captain Bill, or is the entire squad jumping Lance?
No, it's just Captain Bill. Although his guys are, surrounding him. Stand up, Lance.
Lance
I'm gonna
is
give a look to
coughing
Lance.
and wheezing on the ground as he tries to steady himself on against the dirt. It's like this was a pretty normal punch build through, but it looks like it sucked the wind entirely out of Lance. He's like wheezing as he tries to stand back up, and he goes, "That was a cheap one, Bill. What's that about?"
That one's for fucking Petra.
All right, fair enough. Are we done now? I already beat you.
You have the fucking gall to say that. And send us fucking letters afterwards? I thought you were touched in the head a little bit. Now I just know you're a fucking psycho.
Lance just kind of tilts his head. I had orders.
From who?
Hunt.
Who?
Lieutenant Commander Hunt.
She's not even in your chain of command.
As if that matters.
We were
He
your
kind of like finally catches his breath.
We were your friends, Lance.
You still are.
The hell we are.
You know.
All right, that's enough. You get your giggles out, Bill.
You know, Bill, it's fair to blame me, but maybe you should think who pushed me on to Petra.
You know as well as I do, you started that fight.
And I also finished it. Do you want to finish it again? And Lance just draws his combat knife, flicking it between his hands.
Lance?
Duo. Okay, now. Okay, no. This is when Duos interjects. Duos is gonna walk between them. All right, this little blood feud has gone on long enough. War's fucking over. Parliament has ordered the Titans to surrender. I'm not watching two morons kill each other over something that happened afterwards. It's a surrender. It's a ceasefire. You two can hate each other, but I am not going to stand by and let you idiots stab each other to death in my hangar.
Oh, I won't kill Bill. He's still my friend, even if he's feeling a little angry right now.
3 idiots.
Thank you, Anne.
And if Duos turns to see what she means by that comment about 3 idiots instead of 2, she is hastily putting the knife back in its pocket.
Emily just kind of tosses his knife aside and just kind of shakes his head again and goes, "This is a little over dramatic,
Be right back.
Captain."
Well, someone's dead. You don't get to say sorry about that.
What else do you say?
Lance, sorry doesn't fucking unkill him.
No, it doesn't. It's still more than you did.
And then he looks apoplectic. You know, Lance, you weren't there, but I had to write the letters home on your little misadventure.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Or do you want to hear something else?
Please, Lance, you are such a comedian.
I don't really think I'm that funny. He kind of blinks, tilting his head.
I think that was sarcasm.
Patch just kind of like, oh,
you go
sorry.
ahead.
I was gonna say that Patch just kind of like sensing that this is probably going to go bad, and that Duos's intervention probably isn't going to be enough to diffuse the situation. He's just like, there's no point in doing this. Can everybody just calm down? I don't know what happened, but you're not going to bring him back by killing each other, okay?
Decent point, Patch, but it doesn't really matter anyways. What's done is done. Petra's dead. Nothing I could say will undo that. Nothing they do will undo it. And the simple fact of the matter, you're not even worth fighting again, Bill. Like I said, I already beat you once. And you know what? Maybe if you had been slightly better, he holds his fingers up and pinches them together, maybe you would have noticed before you shoved me into Petra.
Maybe if you were... Damn, that ruined my line. Maybe if you had a little bit more foresight and didn't think with your sword so goddamn much, you would have realized starting a fight inside of a hangar was a bad idea.
It was a perfect idea. I took both of you down and I got out. That was the objective. Petra was both of our faults. The only difference is I at least can own up to the responsibility of it. You're over here looking for someone to blame. You want someone to blame? Go jump off a bridge.
Sorry, go mind needs a moment.
Why don't you build a bridge and jump off of it?
Lance is just starting to look bored with this conversation now. If you want to fight, get in a mobile suit and come fight me. Don't sneak attack me with a punch. If you don't want to fight, then stop wasting my time. I wrote to you because I thought we were friends. Clearly, we're not. Clearly, I misunderstood the social subtext of the situation. But I thought we could mourn Petra together over what was clearly not a purposeful thing by either of us. But you just want to blame me, even though the fact of the matter is, I defected to join the right side. And what do you know? Look where we are now, Bill. You're a prisoner of war. And I'm here with friends who actually don't do stupid things. And don't sneak attack me or go around behind my back. And we're winning.
Never talk to me, or any of us ever again, Lance.
Whatever. You done?
They all start to walk off.
Lance kind of stalks away.
Oi, Mr. Lieutenant.
Who are you? What do you want?
You see a
Where's your
girl in a Titan's normal suit.
Where's your commanding officer?
I am my commanding officer. Thank you very much.
At least of this camp. I doubt they put a lieutenant in charge of it.
Well, I'm sure you'll find him eventually. Ask the tour guides.
Oi, Connie. Who's your commanding officer? Except for this dickweed.
The heat's really scrambled your brain, Titan.
My brain is a lot more... She just kind of lets out a laugh and she says, not as much as yours, kid.
Duos lets out a sigh.
Not very original, to be honest. I've heard that before.
Well, I'm sure you have. You seem like the type to love getting into conversations. Anyway, I don't have time for you. I need to go sign up with the AEUG.
Okay.
You should go and take a break, Zoe.
Patch is gonna follow Lance wherever he is stalking off to.
Duos, you see Captain Buser.
I was actually just going to take Zoe to hunt.
Zoe just sighs and she's just like, you should really watch out for that kid if he's your commanding officer.
Oh, you don't know the half of it, Zoe.
I'm pretty sure I do. He reminds me of myself back in the war.
Exactly. That's why I've come well prepared. I'll talk to him later. He just needs to cool off now.
Maybe.
Anyway, Captain Buford's right there. Okay, more direct, but if I can take it to Lieutenant Commander Jane Bell Hunt.
Oh. Wait, have I heard that name before? Has Zoe heard that name before? I'm pretty sure she has at some point.
Top 10 A's, you might have.
Yeah. Oh. That lady? Fine.
Yeah. Follow me. And Connie waves his hand. I hope you don't mind. I have to leave you alone after a bit, but I still do need to check on Lance and Patch. Man, there's a lot to check up on.
Zoe just follows him as she kind of like looks back at Lance, knows exactly what his deal is, and just keeps walking. It's like when you meet someone that reminds you of yourself when you're younger and you're just like, ew.
Clyde, and Patch, you see them walk away.
The Pale Rider cockpit is closed.
Well, that was interesting.
I'm gonna go make sure everything's alright with Lance.
Yeah, me too.
Guess I'll come along, but I don't know if there's much we can do.
Yeah, I know, but I wouldn't want to be alone after something like that.
Go get some alcohol. It'll be fine.
That is how he tends to solve problems, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good way of solving problems.
I don't know, maybe taking the day and just getting out of here would be a good idea, just in general.
Why'd we get out of here? It's the base.
I mean the city.
Okay, what are we gonna do in the city?
I'm sure there's plenty of things to do.
Like
Beats
what?
sitting around here.
And have you never had leave?
Only a little bit.
What did you do on your leave?
Not much.
Huh.
You,
We'll
you,
figure
you,
something out.
you all get to Lance, how
Yeah.
does Lance look?
Lance just kind of stalked off to Patch by himself, and he's just kind of staring off at nothing at the moment.
Yet more dissociation.
And sits next to him and begins staring off also. This is an activity she is familiar with.
Patch just kind of like leans into his field of vision, kind of, and then
Patch,
is just, yeah.
what's going on? You're all here. He kind of snaps
You
out of it
okay?
and smiles at everyone. Oh yeah, that's fine. What's up?
Well, I just wanted to make sure you were all right, and then everybody followed me. And now we're here.
Why wouldn't we be all right?
Well, you got punched in the face and yelled at by presumably an old friend, so that tends to rattle people, I guess.
Oh, they were my old team. They were good. We worked well together. We really were able to hunt down Xeon remnants pretty well. Got into some good fights. Not a lot of victories, though. None that the Federation even counted. It was one of those units where all the victories were shared, so it was always like point 10, point 25. Bill was the commanding officer back then. I guess he still is. I'm glad he's alive. I was worried I killed him when I cut his gym in half.
I won't ask what happened if you don't want to talk about it.
Why? It's pretty simple. Hunt gave the command for me to join up with the AEUG. Our unit was still obeying the orders of the government at the time and were affiliated with the Titans. They would not have let me leave. I knew the AEUG needed mobile suits, so I took my mobile suit and started a fight. I managed to take out the whole team, but one of the pilots, gal called Petra, she was running over to her mobile suit on the ground. She was always kind of stupid like that. You don't run around in the middle of a mobile suit fight. You get into cover and pray. At least that's what they taught me. Anyways, I ended up dispatching, I think it was Tim. Yeah, I cut Tim's arms off and kicked his gym into the wall. And then Bill came at me with his beam saber, put me in a beam saber clash, and somehow Petra got stepped on. At the time, I thought Bill had done it, but who knows? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change what happened. But I have, it's a regret. It's regrettable that they died, and it's regrettable that I guess they all weren't my friends. But it was a good fight at least until then. Honestly, it was one of the best fights I'd ever been in until that point. So I always. Oh, go on, Patch. What were you gonna say, bud? Sorry.
I guess I can understand why they were upset, but
I don't really get it, but whatever. It's their right. I can't control other people's emotions.
But it's not like them coming here and beating the shit out of you is going to bring anybody back. So,
No, it just made them feel better. That's all that was about.
yeah. Well, hey, what do you say we get out of here sometime? I mean, like, there's a whole city. Maybe it would do all of us some good to get away from this stuff for a while.
Yeah, there's a lot I want to see in the city. I haven't been in one in a while. At least one that wasn't bombed out. But yeah. I mean, that's
Me
fact.
too.
I don't really know if there's much else to tell about that situation.
So you just joined AU because Hunt told you to?
Of course.
Did you have any opinion about them before?
No, I thought they were terrorists. Xeon Remnant groups. Thought we were going to fight them at some point.
I did too.
Don't mind. Can Connie activate the Connie Anywhere system and just appear in this conversation?
I'm going to
Sure.
let Clyde get some time in here first because Clyde's actually pushing at something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you just thought they
whenever
were
it's convenient.
terrorists and you just trusted Hunt on faith to join them?
I guess that's a good point, actually. Here I was talking about hope being irrelevant, but I guess faith is kind of a form of hope. But I never really viewed it that way. He kind of rubs his chin. But yeah, no. What Hunt says, I do. I owe her everything.
You didn't even
Makes sense.
think for a second she was wrong about this, maybe?
No, of course I did. I asked her. She explained her reasoning. I said, okay. The very next day, I loaded into my mobile suit and I fought my team. Got out of there, linked up with the nearest Xeon Remnant group.
Did you understand her reasoning?
I got the basics. Well, at the time, I already didn't like the Titans. I found out they don't even accept Space Noid applicants, which I found very amusing.
Huh.
Huh, who
Clyde's just
knows?
kind of
Maybe if
move
I
on.
had been born on Earth, I would have been in them. He kind of just shrugs.
Yeah, but you would have quit when Hunt told you to. We would have been. All three of us would have been former Titan buddies.
True enough. But, I mean, it really doesn't matter in the end. It's why I don't hold any grudge against the Xeon, for example, or really any of these Titans. It's just they're all following orders. They're all doing what they're here to do. They all have their motivations, their reasonings. It's exhausting. It's much simpler to just focus on the fight itself. If I had been
But
born on side 3, I'd probably have been down there fighting Nizaku until a beam saber punched through my cockpit. Instead, I was born on side 2, ended up with the Federation. And you know what? I don't regret it.
I mean, I guess it's for the best that you ended up on the better side of all of this. I don't know, isn't what you're fighting for a
Yeah, the winning
significant part of
side.
the equation?
I'm fighting to fight. And for Hunt, I guess. When Hunt tells me to stop fighting these guys, I'll stop fighting them. Until then, they're the enemy. Simple as that.
I used to kind of think that way too about my dad. And, well, that's how I ended up in Titans. So,
Well,
Yeah, but your
Hunt
dad's
has
Titan.
never led me wrong. I've never done anything wrong following Hunt's orders. When I'm by myself, that's when things get a little more difficult. Fighting the remnants, that was a dirty fight. It wasn't very fun. Sometimes it was interesting, but for the most part, it was boring and a lot of shaking down places, looking into things.
well, you feel like you're able to do the right thing when she's there to help you and guide you, but I guess what are you gonna do if she's not?
What do you mean? Hunt will outlive me. You kidding me? What the gas did to me? Look at me. He just kind of gestures at himself. I'll probably be dead by 40, but really, hoping I'll be dead by 30. There was this quote I once read in a book. I think Hunt's husband had it. The guy let me read when I was over at his place. It was this officer on a horse. Something he said really resonated with me, though. I can't really remember the quote.
Duos, would you like to say it as you dramatically enter the scene?
Fear the old men in the profession where men die young.
No, not that. That one sounds boring. Lance waves it off. And
I'm gonna type
also,
it
why'd
for
that-
you.
Why'd that Titans POW call you Connie?
Duos breathes in
It's short for Duos, I guess.
and then reaches into his pocket on his Karaba jacket and produces a pair of well-weathered and beaten sunglasses and puts it on. How well do you know of Connie's appearance, Lance?
I don't think he knows at all.
You're asking Lance if he knows something.
Very true.
Something that doesn't have to do with Hunt.
Yeah, but he then rolls up his right pant leg and his right sleeve, showing off prosthetic limbs. Yeah, cat's out of the bag. I am Akos Constantine.
Oh,
I got a
okay.
question. What kind of prosthetic limbs?
They're just prosthetic limbs. The leg is certainly a lot older than the arm.
But like, are we talking regular prosthetics, or is he some kind of cyborg?
Irregular. The Titans tried to, after, and Duos pauses a bit, or I guess it's not Duos anymore. After Connie pauses a bit, after the Titans assassinated Philippe, I kind of saw the writing on the wall, and I tried to get me and my family off Earth before the same fate befell me.
Hey, Patch.
So
Clyde,
I booked a shuttle.
Yeah.
Lance. Who the fuck is Philippe?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the expression on Lance's face right now.
Yeah, Patch is also looking a little confused.
But Anne didn't know who Connie was in the first place.
See, it would be funny if Anne knows who Philippe is, but not who Connie is, because that feels very appropriate.
Oh, I know that guy.
Actually,
Anne
I'm gonna
knows
make it so. And you know
Yeah,
who
Anne
Philippe is.
knows-
You have no idea who Connie is.
I
Yeah.
put the bomb in his car.
Yeah, Anne looks at. That would be hilarious.
Yes, please. Please.
I was small enough to fit. I was small enough to fit between the fucking car seats to put the bomb there.
When was the bomb planted?
What was it,
85?
85?
85, 84?
Anne would have been like 14 if it was in 84.
I put nothing past the Titans.
Yeah, they would have. They sent a 14-year-old girl.
I mean,
to
it would
put a
explain why
bomb on-
Philippe didn't expect the assassination that blew him up, to be honest. If he just saw a kid, he would have been like, oh, it's a kid, cool, and moved on with his...
Yeah, and I think you have something pertinent to mention.
Anne thinks for a moment. She thinks, Philippe, I know that guy. I planted the bomb that blew him up. And then she thinks, no, she doesn't say this out loud yet.
I'm going to roll for narrative points.
Oh, yeah.
You have 4 narrative points.
forgot.
I'm going to, actually, you now have 5. Tenchi, you say that out loud.
Yeah, so Anne blurts out something like, wait, oh yeah, I know Philippe. I know Philippe. He blew up. I put the bomb there.
What?
Upon saying this, in a lightning flash, there is now a gun pointed in Anne's face.
Oh, we're all pulling weapons on each other again.
Patch like jumps and he's like, okay, hold on. let's not shoot
Yeah,
anyone,
You-
please. And he's like trying
What?
to get between them, but he
Oh, they
can't.
told-
Lance is doing finger math, by the way, to see how old Anne would have been when this happened. Like he's like holding his finger.
Oh, they told me to put a bomb in his car.
So, Connie's arm is shaking, and there are tears starting to stream down his face. It is barely contained rage.
Patch like puts his hand over Connie's hand on the gun and is like, "Look, I don't think she did it out of her own free will. You know how the Titans are. You know what they do. You know what they make people do.
Yeah, you
Killing
can't
her
really
isn't
tell
gonna
them
do
that.
anything."
I think she was 14 when she did it, Connie. I don't know if we can hold her accountable for that.
And does some finger math. Yeah, I think I was 14 too.
What is happening?
She's just a kid.
I don't really know Clyde, but I don't want one of my subordinates to blow out another subordinate's brains. So
And Connie just blurts out, "He was my best friend. He was the godfather to my children."
Y'all hear a voice says, "Well, this is certainly dramatic."
Hey, do you know
Ripper-
why they wanted a bomb in his car?
And asking a genuine question she just doesn't know.
Who was it that said that?
It was Anne.
yeah, Clyde and Lance
no.
are looking over at the new voice. Like,
The new voice.
Yeah, the new voice is
Patch
just
is
it's
still
Colonel
like
Mista.
focusing. Patch is still focusing on Connie. He hasn't like moved his hand or anything.
And you need to stop talking right now.
Yes,
I
why
don't.
is Lieutenant Tuos pointing a gun at Sergeant Ann? You know,
Please
and
put
this
the
would
gun
perhaps
away
be
before this gets worse.
and
You know that bomb
you do
that blew him
realize this is perhaps the worst time to defect back to the Titans, no?
Sergeant Ann here. It just revealed that she assassinated Lieutenant Connie's best friend, unfortunately, and we're trying to resolve this and judge whether a teenager is culpable for their sins under officer's order.
Of course not. Duos, please lower your gun.
Lance actually reaches over and like puts a hand on Connie's shoulder and is like, "Look, I get it, but there's a time and a place."
Please, I know
Connie
you're mad.
breathes
This
in
isn't gonna
deeply.
help anything.
Also,
And in a very
I don't think he would have wanted you to execute one of your squad mates from what you've mentioned.
and there's a soft metallic click as the safety is very practicely turned back on, and he spins the pistol in his hand and holds it out grip first while grabbing the barrel.
I think if nobody else is gonna take it, Patch would take it, and just like kind of put it like in a holster or away.
Colonel Mista says, and I thought the surrendering Titans would be today's primary theater.
Actually, Gomine, I have a question. Would Mista know any? Probably not. Mista wouldn't know anything about Connie.
Not a thing.
Yeah. Connie then simply, without a word, turns around and walks out, fishing for his lighter and a cigarette.
Wait, Connie, wait. Lance calls out, kind of clearing his. There is an opportunity here, and I would be remiss as your superior officer if I did not point it out.
He stops and looks over his shoulder.
I'm fairly certain if this guy was close to you, Anne here is unfortunately the person who knows his last words and thoughts, and that might be relevant to you. He's like trying.
We're gonna look over to Anne.
And she has the story of what actually happened, right? He kind of looks at Anne like, right?
Yeah, I do. The Titans told me to blow him up. I can't prove it, but I can testify it. Is that any good?
Is that all?
Remember anything else about it, Anne?
Let's see, what would Philippe have told her at the time, do you think?
Let's spin the wheel. What disguise was Anne using?
Cadet uniform.
Oh, God. All right. Well, she would have gotten a certified Philippe political lecture and inspiring speech then about how she is the future of the Federation, and it will be by her actions that and the actions of others like her that the Federation will be reborn.
Yeah. All right. So Anne thinks for a little bit and said, he told me that I was the future of the Federation, and it would be by my actions and the actions of other cadets that the Federation would be reborn.
Duos takes a very, very, very long drag from his cigarette and drops it on the floor and stamps it out with his boot. I really wish he was wrong when he said that. And then he walks out completely.
Lance pinches the bridge of his nose and goes, he's hoping that would be at least a little more comforting for him.
There is a look on Anne's face like she is only barely processing what's happening.
Clyde's just
Patch-
rubbing his temples.
Patch is kind of looking between Anne and Duos and, well, Connie, and like trying to decide like who he should try to go to or talk to. He doesn't know how to make this situation immediately better, and he's panicking a little bit about it.
Patch, why don't you hang out with Anne for a bit? Clyde and I will go talk to Connie. Officer to
Okay.
officer.
Okay, so
Patch.
Clyde, Patch, Anne. Any thoughts about the column of Titans? You know, it looks like maybe a regiment or a battalion, just like slowly making their way through your outpost.
That thought is completely out of Clyde's mind.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, at this point, Patch he's not even processing that part of what's going on.
We got interpersonal shit to deal with, God. We're too busy.
Yeah, sorry, God. The plot's gonna have to wait.
To be fair, Anne is proud that they have made so many of the enemy surrender.
Smiley face.
Smiley face.
Yeah, Patch is like, oh my God, all my new friends are trying to kill each other. I need to fix this right now, and everybody has to be happy or I'm going to explode. That's what's going on in his brain.
Oh yeah, he told me that I was the future of the Federation. But then I put a bomb under his seat. Because
I was small and squirrely enough to pull it off. Oh, by the way,
I do
looks like, oh
I
God,
do
I
hope
didn't
you
know
realize,
were
Tenshi,
14-year-old.
that you have set the relationship tracker back from getting good to past where it started. It is now not just I'm uncomfortable around you and the origins of your existence as a cyber new type deeply disturbs me and I feel pity and sorrow for you, to I hate this fucking child.
Ah, yes, more pancake and hating children. An iconic duo.
Sorry,
Anne,
for
a more iconic duo.
Sorry, Anne, for my bit resetting your relationship track on the Connie's bar. It was a complete bit, but it's canon now.
Yeah, we'll run.
Don't make jokes around God.
But it's funny.
You see what that gets you.
And it is the kind of stupid shit the Titans would get up to.
This is actually my secret plot to have Connie leave the team and go with Zoe. Just kidding.
Connie quits in disgust. They're forcing him to work with the teenager who put a bomb under Philippe's seat.
You know, it's a small world.
Random question that might not go anywhere, but would Patch notice anything like unique or special about his gun now that he's holding it?
It is certainly not Federation standard issue, at least not for ground troops or pilots. It's in a higher caliber, 45, has a threaded barrel, and has a slide lock. It's a hush puppy. Where he
Gotcha.
got it, God only knows.
Good news, everyone. So far. We've gone from -1 on the lands alignment chart to -4 in this hour alone.
Excellent. And you're
Are
all
we
checking
making
off.
him worse?
Yes.
We're making him worse.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how Anne actually feels about blowing Philippe up.
Well, anyways, at the Legion of Doom, Zoe, you're talking to Captain Buser about the Pale Rider. He says it needs to be destroyed as you've described it to him.
Sir, with all due respect, if anyone's going to destroy that machine, it's going to be me.
Well then, if you want the honors of destroying it...
She raises her hand a moment. If I may. I know I'm not exactly in the position to say anything, but do you really think this is going to be over just because the Federation said so?
No, I presume then we'll have to go kick what remains of the Titans.
Then please, allow me to use the Rider to help you. The Titans, well, let's just say I'm not part of them willingly. They tracked me down so I could just pilot this thing again, so maybe I'd just like to make them regret it. But I think the Rider and what they have in it can help the AEUG.
Didn't you describe this thing as destroying the minds of its pilots?
Well, that's if it's anyone else. I guess I'm just lucky that it doesn't happen to me, or at least not that I've noticed. But there's something else in it. The Titans before this sortie installed a quasi-Psycommu system. I'd figure that'd be of interest to you all.
Wait. He looks up at it. In a mobile suit? How?
Let's just say with the system in it, it makes the process a lot easier. Essentially, the system within it that melts the brain allows it to also assist in controlling the Psycommu. Plus, me being a new type, or at least that's what I've been told, also helps along. So hopefully, with the technology, your helpers at Anaheim, because let's not act like Anaheim isn't helping you, they can probably make something worthwhile for you all. So, if I may, I would like to keep piloting it until the war is over. When that's done, then I'll take care of it. Sorry, I must be being sentimental. I've piloted this thing since the war, if you would humor me.
You see Captain Buser, rub his chin. I can't exactly just let you have it. What I can
I'm willing to go through... Oh, sorry.
What I am willing to do, though, is kick this up the chain.
I'm willing to go through all necessary steps in order to, well, help with the Rider as I can. I've got people I want to protect too, after all. People that the Titans might be coming for now with how they're on the back foot.
Connie.
Yep, that's me.
You walk into this conversation. Zoe, he looks fucking pissed.
Not just that, it's not just pissed, but completely fucking
Furious.
just a torrent. The new type vibes coming off of him are in fact disturbing.
She stops for a moment and she says, "May I, sir?"
Lieutenant Duos, what do you... I presume Duos just grabs Zoe's arm and just starts walking off.
Yeah.
I have a question, Duos.
Yes.
Red or white?
What?
Red or white?
Let's go with red.
Char or Amuro?
Alrighty. Lance, you went after Duos, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you do see him on a Jeep driving away with that Titans buddy of his.
Well, there he goes. I guess he's gonna go hang out with a friend of his, Clyde.
Maybe she can do a better job than we can.
Maybe. All right. Well, I guess it's not our concern right now.
Yeah, right now.
As they're sitting in the car, Zoe just says,
Pass the ox.
"Pass the ox. I need to put on my mixtape for us to be sad over." When you give Zoe Abriere the ox.
She plays some
It's just gonna be
deranged...
Vocaloid.
No, just imagine like the most emo shit possible.
Yeah, bro. But yeah, Zoe's just like, this has to do with someone close to you, doesn't it?
Tony takes a long moment to respond. He just says, Philippe, fucking cyber new type was the one who planted the bomb.
You mean the kid eyeing the writer?
Yes.
She scoffs a bit. You know, I never really 100% bought into your Daikunist speeches, but seeing them, they're just not right. I'm technically one, I guess. They did modify my body for the war, but not to that extent. I had to deal with a few. They made me use the writer's data to develop their machines. Are you happy with that team?
This chuckle is very sorrowful. I was. It wasn't until this happened.
She kind of
I've
wraps
been
her
sharing a fucking roster. I've been sharing a roster with the person who murdered my best friend.
wraps an arm around him to comfort him, and she's just like, I guess that's just how life is sometimes, but I'm gonna join the AEUG. I'm sure that was obvious enough, but my everyone at Site 6, the Titans, put a gun to their head to make me join. I'm sure they'd be willing to go and finish the job now that I decided to make a violent exit, let's say.
I think they're going to be too stretched thin to prove much of a threat to them.
Probably, but I at least want to make sure I can wipe them out before anything happens. Why don't you come with me? Wherever I get sent.
As much as it does sound like a good idea, I can't leave just yet. Still got to watch over Lands and Patch. And Clyde ain't that bad either. It's just I need time, a lot of time. a lot of time that I don't have to process this.
That's because the war never
How can
ends.
No, doesn't seem like it does. I just how? How does a sane, normal person cope with this? I can't just give up the fight. Not when we're so close to victory. I can't
There,
ask to be transferred because I have to watch over the squad.
there's no way a normal person can cope with it. I'm not normal. You're not normal. That Lance kid isn't normal. No one here is.
So,
But how about this? When this conflict is over, come to Site 6.
yeah, that ain't that bad of an idea. You can bring the whole family. You coming? You said you're going to come to Arizona eventually. Well, obviously, that's not happening anytime soon. But
I think I've spent enough time on way too hot places. And she kind of pauses for a minute. The Xeon remnants.
pace ain't that bad.
The Sub-Sahara.
Oh, trust me, I know about the Sub-Sahara.
But no, actually. I need to bring this up to your folks, but I guess I can tell you first. Me and my unit, we encountered some Xeon remnants in the desert. They had new models.
What do you mean new models?
Well, new model isn't the right word. They were refurbished, upgraded Gelgoogs, but they were new. They weren't obviously made out of whatever parts they could require. They were too uniform for that. Someone's supplying them.
Great, so our little expedition into the belt didn't help anyone either. Ah, that's a shock.
I think you should try to get out of this while you can. At least when the Titans are done for. But something tells me that won't happen for either of us now, will it?
Unfortunately, this does seem to be our lot today.
Yes. Oh, that's a good idea. Anne rubs her forehead. She is. Well. eh, Well, I did type this out during that conversation with Connie and Zoe just now. But I don't think in the 4 years since she planted that bomb that blew Philippe into itty bitty burning pieces, I don't think that any processing of that emotionally has occurred. She, she, wa- she goes up to Philippe. They talked. He says he gave her the speech. He pat her on the head. Talked about her future career, and then she put a bomb under his seat and walked off, and he blew up because she was told to do that.
So she's just like kind of sitting there dissociating again, right?
Yep. And like, I hate to post the same thing 4 times in a row, but like, you know what's playing in her head.
So Patch,
Uh, just, just like imagine a dial tone.
okay. Um, Patch just kind of sits down next to her. Is anybody else around, or is it just the two of them?
Clyde and Lance walked off.
Oh, okay. And obviously Connie walked off. So Patch is just kind of like awkwardly sitting next to her for a few moments. Um, just kind of like looking at his hands and then like looking back to her and like kind of fidgeting with the like the collar of his uniform or whatever, and then looking back to her. Um, and then he's just kind of like, "Hey, I I know this isn't gonna make anything better or make anybody involved feel better, but that doesn't have to define you, you know.
It doesn't.
I did some things I regret. I did some things I regretted before I joined the AEUG, and well, I don't know if I don't think I can make a call whether or not I've redeemed myself or if that's even possible, but I think I guess the only way I can keep going is if I tell myself that what matters is that if I'm still alive, I have to be doing what I can to make up for it and make sure that everything I do is working towards some kind of good. And I think you're making the right choices and you're on the right path. I I don't know if you want to talk about it or anything.
I don't have much to say. They told me to put a bomb in his car, and I put a bomb in his car. And he gave me a speech, and then he died.
And they told me to fire on retreating civilians, and I opened fire on retreating civilians. So I guess we both done things we regret.
Anne has probably not thought about this long enough to fully regret it. Like we have now ticked over into 1 total second spent thinking about this.
Yeah.
Days since unlocking empathy.
Yeah. And he's just like, I don't know. I guess don't take this the wrong way, but if I were you, I wouldn't bring it up around Duos. Connie,
Well, he pointed a gun at me last time.
yeah. And I'd like for that to not happen again, ideally. I just Patch kind of looks like he's trying to find the right way to put this because I think he's noticed by now that Annie doesn't have like the most emotional awareness or intelligence of everybody in the group. But you know, he doesn't want to be rude, so he's trying to figure out how to phrase this. So he's just kind of like, I guess just consider it not a topic to bring up. And I guess if he tries to talk to you about it, I don't know. I'm just trying to avoid all the people who I've come to know and get attached to killing each other.
Well, you do it in the army, right? But what? Lance, when he left to join the AEUG, he got into a fight and got pushed and stepped on somebody, right?
Yeah, but the point is to try to avoid that happening.
Yeah, and in the army, when they tell you to put a bomb somewhere, you put a bomb there, right?
Yeah. But we don't have to do that now. We don't have to just blindly follow orders. We
I mean,
can
I'm still part of an army.
Yeah, and so am I, but I'm here because I chose to be here, and
I
I'm
chose
doing
to
the
be here
things
too.
exactly, and I'm doing the things I'm doing because I believe they're right, and so are you, I assume. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't have to just take orders. If something if something feels wrong, we should stand up for what we think is right. That's why I'm here, at least. I guess it would be worth spending some time thinking about what you want to fight for. I know Land says that doesn't matter and that the point is just to fight, but I can't agree. I
I'm doing
think
my job.
yeah, but beyond that, like, don't you have some kind of personal investment in what you're doing?
Yeah, but I'm invested in doing good at my job.
I think when lives are at stake, you can't just look at it as a job. I mean, when the war's over, when all this is over, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say
Hey, what
is,
happens to the AEUG when the war is over?
well, we either reintegrate into the normal rest of the Federation or we,
Oh yeah, Lance was saying something about that, I think. Like, now that we win, we're the legitimate army.
yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I
Or
guess we're
we
the
go
legitimate
back,
army now.
we go back to doing whatever it is we wanted to do outside of all of this. But I don't know. I don't feel like I can. I guess I'm fighting the good fight now, but I don't think I've done enough. But that's a personal decision. You need to make your own.
Well, you're doing a good job as part of this squad. Why is it not enough?
It's bigger than that. It's not just this squad, it's not just these people. It's not even just this battle individually. I've done things I can't take back. And
You can't
the
take
only
anything
way,
you do back. You can't go back in time.
yeah, but the only way I feel like I can live with myself is if I do what I can to make things better for people, to save more lives than I've taken. I can't go back and reverse my decision to get in a mobile suit. I can't undo any of the things I've done, but I can help people and I can make good decisions going forward. And I can fight against the people who want to just cause more death. So that's why I'm here. I think that's why I'm still here. And I can't I
And
can't decide what?
oh, I was about to
Did
say,
you say something?
Patch kept saying, and I
Oh,
can't.
oh yeah, no, that was just me looking for words. Um, no, he's just kind of like, I can't leave this fight until I've given more than I've taken. But that's me. You don't have to do that, and you don't have to agree with me.
You should know that Anne is interpreting given more than I've taken as done more damage than I've taken.
Hey, and Patch, get in the Jeep. Lance honks on the horn. Clyde's in the passengers.
He just jumps.
We're gonna go find the Dakar Cyber New Type Labs and see if we can find Anne some med.
Oh?
Anne climbs in the Jeep. Let's
Side
go.
quest started. Clyde has been kidnapped.
The fucking they
Okay.
go. Oh man, I love Fallout side quests where you have to search an abandoned building.
Patch gets in the Jeep, still noticeably rattled.
Clyde's just pinching like the bridge of his nose, like, boss, do we have permission to do that?
We're in a terrorist organization. Who needs permission?
I thought we were the legitimate army now.
Also, today has sucked, and a little bit of urban spelunking has never gone awry.
Yeah,
Screw
I
it.
agree.
Sure, whatever.
Today's
Is-
been rough.
is
Clyde, do you deny that today has been a shitty day among shitty days?
Yeah,
Do you deny that you are at least somewhat interested in finding out if there's anything in the lab?
sure.
Also, we could play the game where I crawl around in the vents.
That's a game?
Yeah, I used to do it with some of my tanker buddies who were raising me. I would hide in things that I could fit in and jump out and scare them.
I love 5
That sounds a lot like something you would do.
Right? They used to say it was adorable, and then they would give me a beer. Or a cigarette.
How old were you? Never mind.
Pancake, that's a foul ass sentence you just wrote. 5 tours at lands? What is wrong with you?
See, me and Pancake had the same fucking idea. Just like,
God, the
Look,
Lands
listen.
Everywhere system is real.
it was 8 years ago, so I would have been 12. Maybe 11.
And Patch looks like he's about to say something, and then he's like, it's not exactly like he's been the most responsible with alcohol and cigarettes throughout his life, so
Also,
he
Drink
doesn't
when you were
say
12?
anything.
Yeah, it taught me to respect the substances and only have them at a controlled rate and not overindulge. That's why I never end up drunk with you guys, and you guys are fucking wasted. Anyways, tally ho! And he
We're-
fucking stomps on the gas.
We're all gonna have a conversation when we get back to base.
When he stomps on the gas, Patch was like leaning forward in his seat to talk with him, and it just like throws him back like comically against the seat, and he's just like, "Oh, okay, we're going fast now."
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and today we're playing 5 tours at land. And then he gets run over by Lance.
Is that purple guy
Also-
we say pointing at Connie?
We're gonna stop at the Dakar War Memorial. Lance is shouting over the engine as he's like zipping down. He could not drive, by the way.
I think someone else should drive this car.
Quick, everyone, get
Record.
in the way.
Boss, you want me to drive?
No, I know how to drive a Jeep. I just don't know how to drive a thing. But yeah, we'll stop at the Dakar War Memorial because I told Hunt I want to see it early. We'll probably find Connie there. And don't mention Philippe. He kind of like looks over his shoulder, taking his eyes off the road for a second to look at her. I imagine
Okay.
Clyde like grabs the wheel or something to keep it.
Boss, do you know about speed limits?
There are none. This is a war zone.
Not anymore. They surrendered.
Oh, it's technically
Patch.
liberated territory, I guess. It's the capital. I'm sure they have like there's this road in Germany, I remember. What was it called?
Hold on, let me think of a funny mispronunciation. The Otterbahn.
It's like the Autobahn.
Yeah, Otterbahn, something like that.
I highly
Patch
doubt
just-
they have something like that. Clyde's just pulling out like a map from the like dashboard.
All right.
just,
Well,
like,
I'll slow
leans
down so
back
we don't get arrested
and
by the
sighs.
enemy.
And he's like, God, I might fucking die today.
Not to the enemy, but to lands.
Yeah.
For the record, Lance does not have a license, but he does know how to drive a Jeep.
Quick.
Yeah, and I think we're just driving through town, seeing the sight.
Did you want to go to the Takar first or the labs first?
Oh, we could go to the Dakar
Wait until
Memorial.
Pancake's back, because I strongly suspect we'll find Connie at the Dakar War Memorial at some point.
Do you want to take a quick break? Because I am dying to take a piss.
Yeah, let's take a break.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, I'm really happy Clyde was the one to push a little bit more of Lance's feeling and story there. Well done.
Yeah, I still want to push the button a little bit more.
Please do. I think Clyde's like one of the only people who's actually kind of like willing to go, okay, wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
I think Clyde's already put together the horrifying implication of Lance will just do what Hunt says on a dime.
Wait, did you change your character name?
You're damn right I did.
Absolutely incredible.
What happened?
Look in Discord. Look at Perry's name.
Oh.
I'm changing the Google sheet too.
He's very excited about this.
Because now that gets to be even more confusion over AEUG Ace Hunt.
Which Ace? There's like 50 of them.
Okay, Aster has been informed whose fault it was.
I actually think the Anne killing Philippe thing is kind of brilliant improv on your part, Go Mine. So I tip my
It's
hat
like-
to you, sir. Like,
It's like I can't remember what the term is, but like the demons appear before me to guide my hand.
it's
The
one of the like
demon-
it's absurd. Like it's objectively absurd, but it's absurd within the realm of Gundam. Like
Yeah, but also the demons in question, and then the camera pans to me.
I am at the beach.
Yeah.
Cool dudes on the beach.
Yeah, I'm cool dudes and I'm on the beach.
I thought we agreed you were a short dude.
Okay,
He's a
I'm
good
a cool
deal.
short dude on the beach. I can be short and cool.
You can be
You know, this
Hayato
could wind up
Kobayashi.
as a fun sort of exercise in moral considerations. How
Don't call me
culpable
Hayato.
No, I mean, how culpable do you hold, the teenager cyber new type lab rat?
Much to consider.
Connie's counterattack.
Oh my god.
Philippe was a
He's
man who
crashing out,
could have been a father to me.
Bonnie's crash out.
Philippe is a man who could have been an uncle to me.
Oh,
I hope you enjoyed Anne's absolute non-reaction to blowing Philippe up, which is meant to be intensely disturbing. She has gone 4 years without processing any of this.
I can't wait for Anne to start getting hit by the trauma memories of how nice Philippe was to her.
Patch is trying
Patch
so
is-
bad to be empathetic and offer some kind of support.
Unfortunately, there is very little to empathize with because the problem is at the root. There is no emotional processing of this. It's just like I put the bomb there because I was told to do it. I mean, but we have Zeke's here who killed some of us, right? But I mean, I killed AEUG guys before. What's different about this? I mean, I guess it was weird he was on our side when I got told to put the bomb there, but I didn't ask about it. No, actually, she's like, oh, I did ask about it. I asked, isn't this guy on our side, boss man? And they said, shut up.
You blow up Philippe Anne, but then in the background, unbeknownst to everyone, there's a man with sunglasses walking away from the explosion to continue his crusade to reclaim Algeria.
Oh my
Turns
god.
out it was a fake all along.
No, it was a guy who
Algeria.
looked just like Philippe.
Philippe, if Philippe was here, we would be having the AEUG with Gaullist characteristics.
Actually, even funnier. It wasn't even a guy who looks like Philippe. It was just Anne was so like hopped up on fucking cyber new type drugs that it was just a random guy who had like the same car and the
And
Titans were like, "Yep,
we need you to blow
that's
a brunette guy with a mustache and
Oh god,
you know,
she should bring this up. She's like, I blew him up, but I'm pretty sure I saw him driving off in a different car, and like it's clear that as she's recalling this, she's hallucinating. She was hallucinating really bad at the time.
So
just
it's
a different Philippe.
ambiguous
No,
whether or
Did
not she
Anne
actually did do it.
Did Anne successfully blow him up, or did she fuck it up?
it does. Philippe Lives is going to be painted on someone's fucking mobile suit, and the fandom will go crazy.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I like to imagine that if this were a show, the decision was made split second in the writer's room of like, oh shit, wait, we should do that. No, we should do that. Last minute script edit for this episode.
Yeah.
The writers understood Philippe's too powerful to have in a Gundam game after the 1 Year War.
He'd mess up the plot too much.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, like name any fucking op v anything. Imagine Philippe in that. I mean, we like it. If you backported Philippe to Manifest, he would have solved that. If Philippe was in Moonlight Daydream, he would have solved that. If Philippe was in Pax Federalis,
You Chuck
he would have
Norrising
solved that.
Philippe.
It's just because he's
He
so
would've handled
French.
it.
Yeah,
Being French gives you superpowers.
Solve problems by sheer force of being French.
Anne really was listening to Philippe Gomon. Like,
You know what France needs to be? You know what the Federation needs to be more like?
France."
France.
Unironic Philippe sentence.
Philippe watching fucking the Neo Zeon fucking ground troops landing. You know how this would have not happened if we were like France.
I mean, Philippe would
France
probably
would
go on a
handle it.
rant about how the adoption of Federation English has doomed the chances of the Federation adopting a unique cultural identity.
France everywhere system?
The thing is, France everywhere system is real.
That's really what happened. Philippe faked his own death and is on a colony called like New Orleans or something like that.
Newer
New
Orleans.
Orleans?
No, newer Orleans.
Neo
Oh,
Orleans,
God.
sorry.
See,
You gotta go the G Gundam route with it.
It's just gonna be-
Orleans 3.
Yeah, Orleans 3.
See, that would be an actual colony, though.
Right next to
It's just gonna be
Ukraine
another
colony.
UC faction, and there's just like some like one-off little conflict with it, just like Zanskar and all those other factions.
It's not like Connie actually shooting Anne would have done any good, because in case Anne dies, I have her replacement in the
Yeah, it's
constant
Philippe's
stage.
daughter.
Oh, God.
Oh no, it's someone it's someone I'm pretty sure Connie would hate even more. Not even more, but like
I don't think there's anyone you could bring who Connie hates more than Anne right now, but I'm gonna be real with you.
not more, but it is someone that I think Connie would hate from what little I've seen of him.
Oh, right. Yeah, I need to be there for the memorial.
Why do you all insist on tormenting him?
Because it's funny.
I say while killing his best friend off.
What are you gonna do with your characters if not force them through unspeakable torment?
I think
Be
the
a
funniest part is when I just messaged Gomine one day and I went, "Yeah, I think Philippe dies to car bomb by the Titans." Like, campaign, I was like, "Yeah, that's probably like
I feel like I
think
just
Gomine
went,
had
yeah.
asked me offhand what his fate was, and I said he probably gets car bombed by the Titans. Let's be real, like."
And it's like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Because Philippe has the curse of being the last man of the rebel clique who also thinks politics and the military should be separate, despite existing in a political system where the military can sit in the Federal Assembly as officers. Like you can have federal admirals as politicians in the assembly. That is legal in the Federation. Like,
Pancake, can you just speak now? Fuck. You know, not to waste daylight, want to do that Dakar Labs thing first?
sure.
Yeah, if Connie doesn't, if Pancake doesn't come back in time, we can open on the other thing.
Well, I think he's not back is the thing. I think he can't speak. So we can do the labs and then meet up with him.
Yeah. I have one
Get his
other idea
laptop.
to drag this out a little bit. Anyways, so you're driving along to the Dakar Labs, as you always said you were going to go to the Dakar Labs first, as we didn't just waste, I don't know how much time we took a break on.
10 minutes. Like, it wasn't that long.
It wasn't that bad.
You know, I always think that, but then it's longer than I realize. Anyways, you're driving to the labs, and you know you get there, and it's this like clearly burnt down building.
I don't think we're finding anything in here.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh well. Lance starts driving off.
Hey, wait, we might as well look around.
What? It's a burned building. We're just gonna walk through ashes?
Okay, how on a scale of Fallout 4 location I can loot to literal just not even the foundation is remaining, how does this building look?
Well, it looks like it's made mostly out of concrete, so like you could walk around in it, but like it looks like it's been burned from the inside out.
Ah, okay. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's something around?
Secret basement?
Yeah, that's always an option.
I feel like our best
Can't
bet to get and Menacing is probably a defector now that Titans are surrendering, but I don't know.
I mean, we could also
can't rule out secret basement.
we could take her to the hospital.
I don't think the
Normal
hospital
hospitals
is gonna
have.
have
they have-
cyber new type drugs.
Well, I don't know. We haven't tried it.
But the hospital's probably gonna be swarming with patients after the battle. Now that I think about it.
Exactly.
We wounded a lot of people.
Look, there is literally no harm in checking it out.
I mean,
Unless the building collapses on us, but I don't think that's gonna
I don't
happen.
want to get fucking tetanus though.
Okay, then you can stay in the car.
I'm not gonna stay in the car while my squad goes into the tetanus ruin.
Tetanus is the thing you get by touching iron nails, right?
I don't know. I just heard.
Well,
Hunt
if
say
it gets in your bloodstream, it has to do with,
No, I
you know, actually breaking your skin. But
Is it sexually
that's...
transmitted?
No,
No.
it's not.
Okay, what else can she mix tetanus up with?
Tinnitus.
Just tinnitus.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Is it that
is
thing
it
that makes your
the
ears feel weird?
ping?
Yep.
No. It makes your body lock up. You know, like lockjaw. You can't open your mouth.
Ghost of Connie wailing. That's something Philippe would have said before breaking down crying. Connie's fucking dead now?
They come to the Jakar memorial, is always just standing there, and Connie is just boots with a fucking ash marks around them.
Don't worry, much like Philippe, Connie will never die.
No, he's a
Poor
shadow on the
bastard.
ground now.
Yeah, poor bastard blew up.
Got raptured.
Damn. A lot happened in the break, huh?
Poor bastard blew up.
Anyway.
see, that's the exact image I was thinking of.
I guess let's poke around. Duos or whatever his name needs time to cool off anyway.
Exactly. And Patch, is the vehicle moving? Because if the vehicle's not moving, Patch is getting out.
Yeah, the
I think
vehicle's not
we're
moving.
stopped.
Okay.
Lanes will get out and he'll grab a stick out of the back of the Jeep and he'll start poking.
And we'll also start poking and sifting through the dust.
Patch is doing the same just with his boot.
Damn.
Clyde's probably just poking like patterns in the wall, seeing if anything happens.
And
Still looking for the secret basement.
Yeah, best I got.
Patch just kind of shrugs and he's like, honestly, if I had to guess, it would be secret basement.
And
Sure, secret
while you're
basement.
walking around, like you're getting a deep deja vu in this place.
Whoa.
Like you've never been in this building before, but you know exactly what the rooms are. If that makes any sense.
I think I know what the rooms here were like.
Wow, that's like a
So
miracle
then-
from God, I guess. Lance.
Yeah, I don't think
jokes
I've
and
ever been here though. It must be new type powers or something like that.
Actually, it's
Or-
because
I mean, if they
all the
all
labs will be
followed a
same.
similar design plan.
yeah, I was actually gonna mention, Anne. You look over and like a room looks just like like somewhere in the Gusto Labs you've been before.
Yeah, this looks just like at Augusta.
So
They
then-
build all these labs the same.
Do you think you might know where they would have medicine?
Anne tries to follow her illusionary memories to where the medicine would be in this floor plan.
Wait, illusionary memories?
I don't know, it sounded cool in my head.
Thank you, Anne.
Like she's just fucking having visions and trying to go like that may or may not be real and going, yeah.
Like
Anne's just like,
You can't
hold up,
discount
I'm
it."
about to hallucinate. Let me hallucinate my way into this.
with new types, you can never be sure. As Anne's leading you all along, Clyde, as you're looking left, you're seeing strange seats with apparatuses above where a patient's head would go, with things that can clearly break skulls and such, or for like surgery.
Those are the brain
Doohickeys.
things.
They don't tell you anything, Anne.
Patch just
They
kind of
do.
shivers.
Things.
Did
I don't
they-
know what they do though.
Did they use these on you?
Yeah, they use them on everyone.
Is it like dentist equipment?
I've never been to the dentist.
I can see
I
why
haven't.
Duos doesn't like the process of making cyber new types.
Oh, it's not so bad when you get used to it.
Anne, you do remember
Yes.
someone like killing themselves by like crushing their skull against a wall that one time.
Yeah, Anne thinks. Oh, you do get people who kill themselves though.
Even Land stares at her. Even Lance is like, all right.
Clyde's also looking.
Yeah, I saw somebody kill themselves by beating their head against a glass wall.
Patch just looks kind of sick.
Can understand why someone would burn this place down.
Yeah,
Sky,
starting to get it now.
And do
Yeah,
these
the
places
next
have basements typically?
Do they?
You're not sure. And because Augusta and Murasame were built in like private facilities, and this is in the city.
Yeah, I think it depends on if they built a basement. That is a really helpful answer.
Yes, there would be a basement here if there was a basement here.
This floor is made of floor. Clyde?
I mean, whether or not they have a basement here depends on whether or not they built a basement.
Thank you, Anne.
Yeah, thank you, man. Clyde. You put your hand,
Yes.
just leaning against an elevator. Actually, no, it's just some door. It's a wall. And it just sort of gives way, and you like fall through it at like a different corridor.
Is it like downstairs? Is Clyde like tumbling violently downstairs? Or is it
More
just a
like
hallway?
there's another room here. You didn't that like was a secret compartment.
That was right. I guess Clyde's gonna pull out some kind of flashlight and take a look in.
You do see some
You
stairs.
okay?
There's some stairs down here. I guess I was right.
What did I say about secret basement?
Is there like a light switch on the wall?
Yeah, there is.
Can I flick it? See if it works.
It doesn't.
I expected the Titans to be siphoning city power. Guess they were paying the light bill.
I mean, they probably were when this thing was functional. Patch is following him.
I'm just gonna assume one of you have a flashlight on you.
Yeah, I was about to ask if like, because Patch has his like shoulder bag, his like messenger bag that has all of his stuff in it. So I was gonna say if
Clyde
it would be
probably-
reasonable for him to have a flashlight.
Clyde probably grabbed one from the glove box. There's probably one in there. Clyde descends.
As do I.
You get down to what looks like a loading bay with some like crates like scattered about.
Do I
Mind
see
you,
a
this is
crowbar
all
around?
underground.
Do I
Patch
see a
kind of
crowbar?
turns. Oh,
Patch turns.
Patch like turns to Anne and is like, "Any of this look familiar?"
Does it?
I'm gonna want to roll for luck.
Sure.
Just a 2d6.
All right.
I don't know, God. Do I know where I am?
That is a 5.
You see a crate labeled, what was it? Psychosane?
There's like infinite names for drugs.
Thing is, this isn't the most modern version, but it is one of them.
Right, and points. Look over there.
Huh. Is this what you need?
Yeah, it's not the most modern kind, but it works.
Let's
It
see if
worked
it's
last time.
expired, I guess. Is there a crowbar around? Come on.
Nobody got knives.
Guess we'll pull out a knife and start opening up a crate.
You do. You find about, I don't know, 30 bottles worth.
Jackpot.
Clyde's gonna check the expiration date. If there is one.
March 0088. You see the prescription date is UC 84.
Guess you're in luck, Anne. I'm kind of surprised.
And takes the medicine.
Does it taste good?
Does
Is it
it?
grape flavored?
No, it's tasteless because they hate you.
No.
Oh, it doesn't taste like anything. It tastes lame.
Now, if they really hate you, it's got to be like that awful grape flavor that just tastes like horror and pain.
And dentists.
I guess Clyde's gonna shine the flashlight around and see what else is around here.
You see a very long corridor with rubber marks on it.
What do you mean by rubber marks?
Like there's a car driving here.
Ah.
If you remember, you are in a basement.
Who's driving a car in a basement?
Patch just kind of like wordlessly goes down the corridor. He's curious.
I wonder if they have a forklift.
He's like kind of shining the flashlight around on the walls, looking for anything.
Maybe they used it to get around in the basement fast.
Probably had a forklift to load all these crates into something or another.
You guys start walking down this corridor, and about after 10 minutes of walking, you see like some sort of like elevator contraption thing that can lift up what it looks about the size of a car.
Do you think this thing still has power? Probably not, right?
You can always try.
He like goes over to it and presses one of the buttons, like the one of the like call buttons.
It starts to come down, and there's water coming out of the hole in the ceiling, as well as a car
Oh shit!
starting to lower.
Isn't like water coming out as in where it's gonna flood now?
No.
Or like rainwater.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I
It's
thought you
not
meant I was
rainwater.
imagining like a torrent of water coming down, you
It
know.
smells soapy.
Like some Indiana Jones shit.
It smells soapy.
Well, of course it's got to smell soapy, because how else will you get your clean titans?
Well,
And you see
this
a guy stumble out of the car and point at you. What are you?
Who are you?
Is he like wearing a Titans uniform?
No, he's just some guy. He says, I was just taking a car wash.
Wait, why does this...
Patch is like, you can just see on his face, like he's putting all the pieces together, and he's like, sorry, and he like presses the go up button, like.
As you know, this guy slapstick stumbles back into his car.
Bye.
I guess they're stealing
He's like
some
frantically
power.
pressing the up button.
Is there anywhere else to go around down here?
Nope.
All right. I guess let's load up the medicine.
Yeah, before that car wash gets curious about what's built underneath it, I guess.
Free basement for them when we're done, I guess.
Yep. Free weird Titans lab basement. Yay.
They're doing James Bond shit.
Patch just looks uncomfortable. But he grabs like a box of the medicine. If they're in boxes that can be picked up by people, I don't know how big these boxes are.
Yeah. There's only one box of a medicine that is not horribly expired.
Oh, okay. So then if nobody has already grabbed it, then I will grab the medicine box and go back to the Jeep.
Lance has been quiet.
Yeah,
Where
should probably
was he
carry
like waiting outside or something?
He's just been following along quietly. He's had nothing to add.
What does Lance think about all this?
He doesn't really have any thoughts about it. It's just standard Titans being bully savages behavior.
I like how that's the same thing in your mind.
Once everybody's kind of gone back to the Jeep, Clyde is probably going to take a picture of like what's left of this place and store it in something he has, and head back to the Jeep.
Alrighty.
Patch is remembering Clyde's offer to go shopping for a camera with him.
You see a passerby says, "Horrible thing that happened."
What happened?
Oh, this hospital, it burnt down like 4 years ago.
And looks at Lance and Patch. I guess it was a hospital. Kind
Yeah,
of.
real unfortunate. Patch has a very clear, I don't want to have this conversation with a random civilian look on his face.
Oh, it's all right. It wasn't really a hospital. It was probably some Titan secret base, so it's good that it burned down.
Thank you, Lance.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
Lance gives the citizen a 2-finger salute and hops back in the Jeep.
Anne and Patch, I assume, load the medicine into the Jeep.
Yeah, Patch is back in the Jeep.
I guess Clyde's hopping in shotgun.
Clyde, you see
What?
a group of MPs driving up to you.
Let me do the talking, Clyde. I got this.
You see them slowly come to a stop right next to your Jeep. It says, "Is one of you Lieutenant Harper?"
Nope, never heard of him.
Don't listen to him. Yes. What can I help you with?
What are you doing? Hunt told me to never talk to the cops.
Ah,
Oh my god.
excellent. One of them steps out. And he pulls out a letter. This is from your aunt. She heard you were back in town.
Never mind, that's important. Sorry, go on.
How did she know I was here?
He raises
Clyde
his
kinda
eyebrow.
Clyde takes it and just kind of eyes the letter.
It's from your aunt Vutzer.
Clyde's just gonna put that in his pocket for now. All right, where to next, boss?
Assemblywoman Vutzer also asked us to inform
Clyde
you who
kind of
saw
punches.
you that her residence has not changed since you were last here, and she is eagerly awaiting your arrival.
Assemblywoman? He just kind of whispers to Lance.
I have no idea what they said. I wasn't listening.
He said something about an assembly. I think his aunt's part of the assembly?
I mean, that makes sense.
He's gonna stay at his aunt's.
I mean, I don't think he's decided that yet. Let's not assume he's. Also, he can definitely hear us. All three of us are talking in a fucking triangle around him, guys.
Yeah, you guys aren't exactly subtle. Just drive, boss.
Yeah, we're too.
Wait, you're letting Lance drive?
Yeah,
No,
Lance is already in
God,
the
don't
driver's
do
seat.
that!
You can try to take him out of this driver's seat, but he'll be cold and dead before he gets in.
Patch is
Clyde's
like,
got
I can drive.
Nah, you relax, Patch. You've had a rough day.
Oh.
Lance steps on the gas.
I would like everyone to roll me Keenan awareness.
Where's my thingy that tells me what my thingy is? Okay. What was that? Oh my god!
2 successes.
I got an awakening point.
Oh, you got an awakening point? Patch, don't you have
I
youthful?
did. No, I don't actually.
Oh, never mind.
I was zoned out. What are we rolling?
Keen awareness.
7 successes
No,
and
a
an
critic.
awakening point.
No, so
Assume
Vinny, lowest roll is
Yeah.
qualitatively different. It's not 7 successes. It's critical.
Oh, okay. Well then critical. Yay.
Like
And
if I
4
roll
awakening
11
points.
successes versus your critical, I still lose.
Oh, okay. I see. I have 4 of them now.
Fancy. So, Tenchi, Mark.
I got 2 successes.
I got either 1 success or 2 if telepathy counts for this.
I thought your telepathy was your deficient new type skill.
It's deficient, which means that it's at a 1 instead of a 2.
No, it's remember because you're a cyber new type. You don't get to use one of your
Right.
skills, new type skills outside of combat.
Alright, in that case, it is 1 success.
You all notice Lance is in a bad mood, or like he has complex feelings right now.
Man looks at Lands.
Damn, I have complex feelings right now.
Oh, really? No, Patch wants to talk to him, but the kind of conversation he wants to have with him is not exactly an everybody in the really fast-moving Jeep conversation.
No,
You know,
this is the
as he's
perfect
driving.
place. This is the type of emotional conversation with your buds that puts hair on your chest when your bud who you're talking to can speed up at any moment.
And
Yeah,
goes for it. What are you
exactly.
thinking of, Lands?
What am I thinking about?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anything good happened today? The voice coming out of the ether asks.
Who's the voice out of the ether? Like,
God is telling
I'm not a
you.
new type. You can't do this to me.
But I can do this to Tenchi, and you have a thought. Did anything good happen today?
Did anything good happen today?
Oh, yeah, I got adopted.
You
Oh,
what?
nice.
What?
Who
Yeah,
adopted you?
Lieutenant Commander Jane decided that she was going to formalize the arrangement, and I am now officially, legally her son. I am
Oh,
now Lance Hunt.
that's wonderful.
Oh, congratulations, Lieutenant Hunt.
Good for you, boss.
That has a nice ring to it. What was that, Clyde?
It does.
I said good for you, boss, but I kind of figured you were already adopted by her.
No, I've been in a kind of weird gray area my entire life, essentially bouncing around between people. But Hunt's been the persistent one. I think she did it now because I'm an ace, personally. She said that's not it, but timing wise, it kind of seems a little. What do you guys think?
Definitely not
And-
because you're an ace.
Anne thinks, and she realizes that she can't actually conceptualize why else it would be now if not for a coincidence.
Yeah, we have a great crowd for this. So we go line for the question.
Where's
I think
Connie when
Patch
you
is
need
the
him?
only one.
Drunk.
Patch is like, I don't think that's why. I
Okay, why
think I don't know. I think the distinction of you actually being her son is important to her, and that's why,
Well,
making it official.
I mean, you could say that, but like she's had years to do it, and she only did it once I became an ace. Oh, and she got divorced, so she lost custody of her real daughter. I guess that's a factor I should consider.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, probably cause
that
of that, boss.
probably has something to do with it.
Hello, hello.
So, like I said, it's the
Hello.
timing of convenience.
Oh, so she doesn't have her old kid, so she got a new kid.
I don't
I guess that is a way
necessarily
to think
think it
about
would
it.
be like
Or-
that. I
Wait,
think
weren't you already her kid?
No, not officially.
I think the I think the reason why she chose now, especially knowing that information, is because maybe losing contact with her children made her realize how important it is to have you in her life, I guess. Does that make
That's a
sense?
nice thought.
I do not
Yeah, I
mean to be
mean it
pushy, but
genuinely.
You Lance, you park at the memorial, and you all get out and continue this conversation as you're walking.
Yeah.
I'm not just saying that to say that. I mean,
Well, what do you think, Clyde?
I don't know. She loves you, part of her family.
So you also don't think it has anything to do with the ace?
No. All right. We're gonna have to have a conversation. Okay. You and Anne, you guys. I'm not trying to be mean, but you guys have a very alien way of thinking about things, and I think we need to do some exercises and think about why people do things for you two. I don't.
I agree. Will you do exercises to think of why I think things? This could be a fun thing.
Sure.
Okay, so I'll try to think you like you guys, and you try to think like me. It's a deal. Lance holds out his hands to Patch and Clyde.
okay. That sounds reasonable.
I was gonna do an example from today. When you have killed someone very much cares about, you probably should not take that lightly. I guess I'd say.
Lance
And
flicks his eyes over to Clyde, and for once there is a serious expression. He says, "I never take it lightly, Clyde."
okay, maybe not lightly, but I don't think you really thought through their feelings. And Anne, you definitely not should not have blurted that out today. About whoever this Philippe guy is.
Well, Anne's
Um,
maladjusted. You can't really blame her for that. She's been through a lot.
yes,
I-
Thank you,
I
both
Lance.
of you have been through a lot. Both of you have been through a lot.
No, I haven't. My life's great.
Okay, another thing, your life
Lance
has
finally
not been
has
great. I'm
parents
sorry to
again.
say.
What do you mean? I just got adopted.
Yeah, that is a good thing, but that does not mean your life has been good.
I'm an ace
Your
pilot in the Federation.
your
Yeah,
colony was
he's-
gassed. Your
Well,
family.
yeah,
Whose wasn't?
not-
It was the 1-year war.
Yeah, not many people these days have good lives.
Well, but if the base standard is that, then my life isn't bad in comparison to most people's. I should think about the reasons I'm fortunate instead of mulling over the things that went wrong.
yeah, you're an ace pilot now. You have success and acknowledgement.
And there's no reason hating the enemy for everything that happened.
Most people have feelings about people who have killed their family.
I do too. I hate the people who killed my family.
Okay.
I'm going to be an
Patch.
ace too in 3 more victories.
You know, to cut it off there on that comedic moment of and just thinking out loud about more victories. The scene cuts to Zoe and Connie talking in front of this memorial. It's it's just the picture of like an EFF soldier like basically carrying around a Regina. Like 2 guys. Well, like a third points like forwards.
I'm assuming it's like one of those Soviet style, while not grand memorials, it's somewhat close.
Not really, actually. It's quite reserved. Like the guys
The-
carrying the Reginas are like people sized.
But yeah, Connie is sitting with his back against the memorial. There are several empty cans of beer around him, several cigarettes, lined filter placed on the statue and burning while he is smoking one as well. He does not look good.
Zoe is currently playing her bass guitar. Yeah, she's playing it. She's just like, he was a good guy. I didn't get to know him for much long, but, well, he talked my ear off back in the Enterprise. But I guess he knew that I had my best, my best interests in mind when he kept talking about, what was it? The reformation of the Federation and how youths are integral to that and how they shouldn't be dragged down by.
Yeah. By the older generations. You should have seen him in Dakar. He's the only reason I didn't defect.
And I guess he's the reason we got to meet, so I guess that's another thing to be thankful for him for.
Amen to that. And Connie looks up at the approaching rest of the squad.
Wait, before that happens, can I roll for Zoe? Because there's been something she's been meaning to ask, but she hasn't had an opportunity to bring it up. He was in a Gundam. That's not normal.
Yeah, sure, you
Is
can
there a
ask.
chance?
No, that isn't.
Connie hated Gundams. Connie hated Gundams. Why is he in one now? So I would like to try and make a new type roll to see what that might be about, to try and sense that feeling out. If I may.
Actually, I'm just gonna let you have it. You are close friends. You've been through a lot together.
You know, Connie, it isn't. It doesn't suit you to be piloting a Gundam.
No, it really doesn't. He grumbles a bit.
You're looking for power, aren't you?
He stops when she says that and pauses for a moment and then just nods his head.
There's power you need and power you want, and they're not exclusively mutual things.
I see you're really turning the tables on me, aren't you, Zoe?
Someone has to. Remember back in the war, how I just wanted to get stronger with the writer? How that made me do things, bad things, chasing down people, shooting people, whatever it took to get just that bit stronger?
Yep.
You should consider what you want and what you need. Do you want that power or do you need that power?
Condi leans back, looking up towards the. I'm not sure what or I need right now. This has been a nightmare. A living goddamn nightmare.
Lance.
Yeah,
you
it has.
get close enough to talk to these guys. At least you can yell at them.
Hey, Connie.
Connie
How's your Gundam
slowly
doing?
looks back down. He doesn't respond, but you do notice the Haro is bouncing up close to him, and he has a weird hat on its head. A hat that oddly looks somewhat familiar to you. And Connie scoops up the Haro and holds it out. It was at the shop that we went to. I thought you might like it.
Is he holding it out to Zoe or to
Lands?
Lands in front of you is a slouch hat.
Lance's eyes actually
Oh,
light up.
sorry,
He
with a
goes,
slouch hat.
yeah, Lance's eyes go wide. He goes, wow, you found this in a. Well, thanks, Scotty. And he just kind of actually sincerely smiles. It's not that usual half grin. He just pops it on his head. It's like, how's it look like, Patch? And
Patch gives him like a thumbs up.
Wait one
Anne
moment.
also gives him thumbs up.
The second Tawny realizes Anne is there, I'm gonna do intimidation with new type bullshit.
Oh, for Anne, right?
Yeah, for Anne.
Wrath, intimidation, pressure.
All right. Oh shit. It doesn't matter.
What'd you roll? Speak to us. What did you roll?
He rolled so bad he vanished.
Yeah,
the
he rolled
Titans got him?
There's nothing
rolled
we
so
can
bad
do.
his internet failed.
The Titan's
Poor
new super
bastard.
weapon?
The poor bastard exploded.
Special ops unit got him. Time traveling ECOWAS.
Philippe got him. Philippe Zombie got him.
Oh,
God damn
oh.
it, Anne! Stop car bombing
Wait,
people.
They set him up the bomb again.
I mean,
Dude,
the real
fucking-
plot twist is Philippe ordered Anne to car bomb him. There
Wait.
you go.
Wait. Sorry, you saying zombie just gave me the fucking Okay, did anyone play the Black Ops Zombies map where you played as John F. Kennedy?
Yeah.
I'm actually just thinking about like the Disco Elysium authority skill check. But
Okay,
with
so
Perry,
imagine-
put instead of it's Harry Dubois, it's
Connie.
Philippe
You rolled a
putting the gun in his own mouth to establish authority.
I can't believe Anne's gotten fucking critted by getting new type brain blasted twice.
Oh, oof.
Twice in a single session.
Actually, on that, because this feels like a narratively important moment, I would like you to roll luck, Pancake.
That's a stat now?
No, just like a luck roll is just like a random ass roll, just to see high or low. 2d6, please.
Oh, 2d6?
Yep.
All right, that is a 4.
I'm gonna give you the option right now. Do you want to do an awakening test?
Ooh, what are my odds?
You have 8 awakening points. Your new type rank
Oh
3.
shit.
Because you're doing this as an attack, I would do it as a negative modifier.
What, the presence of new types around?
No, like how he's using
the-
his powers right now is like I'm just gonna like discount your new type rank.
Okay.
So do you want to do one right now? Yes
How
or no?
heavy is the negative modifier?
-3. So you'd have to roll an 8 on a 3d6.
An 8 on a 3d6.
Yes.
I'm thinking.
Do narrative points work on awakening tests?
No reason why they can't.
Okay, for some reason I remember reading something somewhere that you couldn't use a narrative point on an awakening test.
It's a 3d6 test. I'm very generous with awakenings.
All right, I'm gonna roll it.
Alrighty, please roll me an 8 on a 3d6.
I got a 6.
I'm resetting your narrative points back to 0. You're now new type rank 4.
Wowee.
Which means you get access to construct.
I'm scared.
You get actual construct.
I'm going to describe this narratively. So normally, I'm doing new type aura bullshit. Normally, Connie's aura is sort of a greenish, a calm greenish, purplish aura around him, which Zoe is used to, and a little bit by extension, Anne is kind of used to. Now it's a torrentous, almost like a fire of red edged with purple around him. Connie has not been like this ever.
And
Zoe's face kind of goes dead serious for a moment as she looks to Connie and then looks up to Anne.
Would this be a strong enough emotional moment that the non-new types feel it?
Yeah, they can see what's going on.
You know
With the aura?
I'll say Zoe takes the mind damage from this.
Lance is too busy examining his hat.
Do you think Patch would be getting enough bad vibes from being, like, close to new type?
Does Clyde feel anything?
You probably feel very scared at the fact that magic is happening right in front of you.
Okay, he actually sees magic happening.
Oh, so this isn't just vibes based. This is just aura.
Lance is immune to magic intimidation via having a new hat.
It's a height moment.
It's you see the hat gives him a stat increase.
Wait, hold on, I've got the perfect image for this.
What, you're just gonna Photoshop a hat on top of lands everywhere?
That wasn't what I was gonna do, but you know, now I'm thinking about it.
I'll do that. Don't worry. I'll handle that.
I can't. But
anyways, Anne, how do you react to, you know, all of this on top of you?
Yeah, this is direct psychic intimidation. Badly. And scrambles behind Lance.
Still examining the hat.
Huh? What's going on? He looks up and puts the hat back on his head.
I actually have the perfect fucking artistic representation for this. I gotta find it real quick.
Patch can just kind of like sense that something bad, something very bad might be about to happen.
Clyde's just frozen.
And he's kind of like moving to step between Anne and Connie.
I think Anne's already behind Lance.
Yeah, but he's still like trying to put himself between them.
Zoe, are you gonna do something?
This is the face Connie is making, almost in the exact same pose as well. If it consent.
Zoe's just going to. I probably have to try and. She's gonna at least try and like. She's just gonna place a hand on him, a hand on his shoulder. Magic isn't real, you idiot. She places a hand.
Understand the significance of this painting and how I'm using it to represent Connie.
You mean this
Zoe.
this audio medium we're in right now?
Visual.
Hey guys,
for the audience.
For the audience, it's the image of Lucifer crying. You should know the one.
Lance would have beaten Lucifer. He wouldn't have let that happen.
Oh my god.
What are you, King Clovis, getting converted to Christianity and telling the priest that...
Lance Hunt is the type of guy to go on TikTok, watch those edits of what would you do in this situation, and it's like fucking Galactus about to eat the Earth, and he'd be like, y'all acting like I'd let this happen.
I'd handle it.
For the audience, the image I posted is... Yeah, for the audience, the image I posted is Alexandre Cabanel's Fallen Angel.
But yeah. Zoe puts a hand on his shoulder as she's just like, it isn't worth it, Connie. As she's gonna look up to the group and she's gonna turn to Clyde and Patches. They seem to be the more reasonable ones in this group, and she just says, sorry, he needs time alone.
When Zoe
Patches,
places a hand on Connie, he seems to calm down, and the visible tempest seems to fade away from him.
Patch is just kind of like, okay, that's completely understandable. I just want to make sure nobody freaks out again.
Clyde's just slowly pushing Lance and Anne back to the Jeep.
All Zoe says is you should probably give him more space than trying to get in. She just is like, you should give him more space from that girl if you want that to be the case. At least wait a day.
Yeah, that's fine. And he's just kind of like looking at Connie, like makes eye contact with him, and he's just, I guess, I don't know. He's trying to
When
convey just a silent pleading of like, please don't like start anything. Like, I get it. I know you're mad, but like, this is not gonna make anything any better.
when Patch makes eye contact, Connie's expression softens a bit. There's still a lot of sorrow in there, but certainly a lot less rage.
Well, you get something else, sir. For you, as Lance is pulled away, the last thing you get to see of Lance, as he just gets back in the driver's seat, is a look of utter disappointment and dejection.
Clyde's taking the wheel. He's not letting.
Oh yeah,
drive.
that's the last thing that Connie sees is Lance's utter dejectment as I adjust the chart.
Wait,
Bad fun.
if I'm
you.
understanding this correctly, is Lance sad because he isn't driving, or because they didn't devolve into a fight?
You'll have to wonder. It's neither of those.
Lance is sad because it didn't evolve into a fight. That's your theory?
I believe it is from squad mate breakdowns.
Close. No.
Please explain.
That one's already at negative. That one has an increase.
Oh yeah, for the audience, we gamified Lance's current philosophical standings.
And as they drive off
into the sunset.
Into the sunset. How majestic. Zoe's just like, you're still going to want to keep an eye on them, aren't you?
Did you see the way Lance looked at me?
You mean the kid? He looked disappointed.
Yeah. I think that hurts just as much. I need to do something.
Zoe just kind of like puts her guitar away back in its case. And she's just like, that's all some people can really do, try to make things better. But sometimes maybe it's a bit better to just walk away. I mean,
I can't walk away. You know I've never been able to walk away.
I know. I just hope it doesn't get you killed one day. My offer stands. If you ever decide that it isn't worth it, that you need to go somewhere else, try to find me.
I'll keep it in mind.
Now then, why don't you show me around the place? I've never been to Dakar. You have a lot of memories here.
Oh, you're gonna have to drive, Zoe.
With all this, of course.
Gets up and dagger and almost falls over.
Zoe catches him as he says, "At least pick up your drinks before we leave. You wouldn't want to leave his memorial like this."
And I'll cut it there.
I'll pick up the trash. The drink. Oh wait, no, not yet.
Well, this lag.
I'm taking the trash. Yeah, I'm taking the trash. The drinks can stay for the boys.
All right. Why don't you tell me about your... I feel like Gohan right now at the fucking Budokai Tenkaichi watching Videl get beaten up. Ooh. Why don't you tell me about your long summer at Dakar?
And we can leave it off there.
Now that's the perfect place to end that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
good. That's a good one.
I
Clyde.
should clarify something. While I'm pretty bad at describing the effects of psychic terror, it is definitely having an effect.
Yeah, what is Anne thinking? I suppose this can be the second to last thing we do today.
Fucking terrified of Connie now. And this is going to have interesting effects going forwards, I'll say.
We'll leave that till the future.
Imagine getting psychically terrorized by people. Okay, imagine you're a cyber new type. You are brought up in the environment that the defining trait of a new type is that they are psychically strong. But blah blah. Remember all of Anne's brainworms, and then imagine that twice in one day you get psychically terrorized by people way stronger than you. What do you think that does to someone's personality?
I guess we're gonna
Even
find
Patch
out.
is really freaked out.
All right, hold on. Where's the GIF?
So, you all get back to your outpost. I suppose there's only two things left to do. And I'll leave you, Clyde, for our finale. Real quick, Lance, you're just sort of like roaming around Dakar late at night.
Yeah, he's got his slouch hat pulled down over his eyes now because he's annoyed again. And now that he's alone, he's actually letting some of it out, kind of just grumbling to himself. So much for, oh, maybe everyone's just going to live like us, Lance will be so much better. They're all fucking crazy.
You know, someone behind you says, "You know, I can hear all that, right?"
Yeah, I'm sure you could. Why? You gonna write me up to a mental institution? He looks over his shoulder.
You see Owen in a Federation uniform. Right here.
Oh. He kind of just nods and goes, "What unit you with?"
Ironfoots. 15th Mobile.
I can't remember our unit name, Gomon. I'm sorry. I had it in my head this entire game, and I just forgot it now.
They're regulars.
Ah, I'm with the regulars. Lieutenant Hunt. He sticks out his hand.
Oh wait, I thought you were talking about the person, like you recognize the name. No, you're
No,
First
no.
Independent Karaba.
Yeah. First Independent Karaba, Lieutenant Hunt. He sticks out his hand.
He says, call me Shirley.
Good to meet you, Shirley.
Oh, you certainly look like you've been put through the ringer, pal.
You know how it goes in the Army. Everyone has something to complain about.
Now, don't we know that? Suppose you
You a
could...
lifer?
Before you say that, she says, I suppose you could put in a complaint form.
Who cares? No one will read it.
You know, you'd be absolutely astonished if you just give the complaints to the right people.
True enough, I suppose. Are you a lifer or?
Looks that way.
Yeah, same. 1 year war kid?
Gold mine question. What do you mean by that?
Basically, he's asking if she was adopted by military personnel during the war or taken care of by you. He'd clarify by saying camp rat a moment later.
Oh no. My folks were doctors.
Honest profession.
Well, the world always needs surgeons.
I wonder why that is.
I wonder too.
So, what are you doing around here? Aside from listening to a strange guy whisper to himself while kicking at the dirt.
He raises his hand while currently eating ice cream on my day off.
No. Ice cream at night. Bold choice. Is there a place even open?
She points over to like one of those like, you know, like those mobile stands, like the ones you can kind of push around, like a food stand, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those.
All right, yeah, he'll go over and he'll get something.
So how long have you been with Karaba?
Not long. Got told by my parent command that we were joining, so I joined.
You know, there's just something about, you know, the old breed.
They certainly get what they want.
Sort of like, you see her like search a word like a magnetism.
I mean, you won't find me disagreeing.
Well,
Always makes you wonder if you can surpass them or even get close to where they were.
I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, soon enough. What do you think? Is it going to space next? Or do you think it's just going to stay on Earth?
So, and she says, I think we'll go to space, then back to Earth.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think the assembly is gonna put up with the AEUG for very long.
Yeah, I doubt it. From what I know, the program sounds like quite a few Federal Assembly folks aren't going to be happy about it. And then there's the question of how long the coalition holds. I mean, how long can you keep Xeon remnants, federal reformers, anarchists, territorial sovereigntists, non-Xeon space nine activists in one broad coalition to achieve political aims? He kind of says that last bit as if he's quoting from something. Like he's very clearly repeating what he just read recently.
Yeah, there's no way they'll win.
That just makes it more interesting. I like being an underdog.
She stands up and like, you know, dusts off her pants. Well, it was nice meeting you, Lieutenant
Hunt.
Hunt.
Good meeting you too, Shirley.
Ballbomb. Shirley Ballbomb.
You kind of sound familiar. You ever do like a radio show or something?
Yeah, actually, back when I was in high school.
Huh. Maybe I heard it then. Well,
Yeah,
you have a
maybe.
good one.
Yeah, you too. Patch.
Yes.
You're walking around looking for lands. You wandered off again.
He's just kind of like mumbling to himself. Oh God, where the hell did he go? Everything's
Patch.
just a fucking mess. Oh, hi. He like jumps again.
He looks over at Shirley and says, "Oh, this is my squad mate Patch."
Patch, you look over. There's Firene.
Patch just goes pale. Like, just if he looked freaked out before, he looks like he's about to panic. And you know, like heartbeat speeding up, like
She breaks into a dead sprint.
like
Oh, she's
away.
fast.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was thinking of asking for
Yes.
her number.
Yeah. Funny thing about that. Do you know who that was?
Yeah, Shirley.
No. I don't think she gave you her name.
Oh, well, that's rude.
That's Firene. That's
Oh,
her.
that makes it even better. Lance kind of looks over in her direction and shouts, "Oh, Firene, let's meet up again sometime. I owe you one for that last blow." And he kind of waves cheerfully in her direction.
Patch is just like kind of like, no, fuck it. Oh God.
And
What do you think, Patch? Do I have a chance?
I'll cut it off right there.
Exactly.
Patch looks fucking mortified.
Clyde, to end us off, you have a dinner tonight to attend to.
That's what the letter said.
Yep.
Oh boy. I guess Clyde cleans himself up as much as he can with and dresses up as nice as he can with what little he has on the Aldumla. I guess he heads to dinner.
You arrive at, and Vatzer's it's really kind of a mansion. It's a bit of a mansion.
Clyde rings the doorbell.
And Butler Theo opens the door like he always has. Hasn't changed a day since you last saw him. Oh, Master Clyde.
Hey.
Master Vatzer was waiting for you. Please, let me take your coat.
Clyde gives him the coat, and he just slowly takes the first few steps and then finally goes at a normal pace.
It's bizarre being in this place.
It hasn't changed a single bit.
Not really.
He walks into the kitchen.
And there's Aunt Vatzer, just eating dinner. Clyde. Please, take a seat.
He takes a seat and immediately just kind of deflates.
Theo, please, get Clyde a drink and serving. Which Theo does. Says, good to see you, Clyde.
Good to see you too. How'd you find me?
I just sort of asked around.
Yeah, I guess I didn't exactly assume a secret identity when I joined AEUG.
Is that common?
Found one today. You also saw the speech
There was that.
in person. Ugh.
You didn't exactly, you weren't exactly subtle when you changed sides.
Not exactly, no.
I guess that's all behind you now, huh?
No, it's not. Why do you say that?
She looks confused and says, "Ooh, oh, you've done your part." Ooh.
I don't think I have. It's not done. The Titans are still out there. I know plenty are surrendering, but it's not over.
I don't see why that has to be your problem.
It's got to be someone's. I can't just sit on the sideline anymore. I can't take that anymore.
She looks at you confused.
I've been in the military all this time. I've done no actual fighting. I've just sat there delivering supplies or sitting on empty, useless bases. I'm actually trying to make a difference. AEUG and Karaba have actually allowed that.
Clyde,
Yes.
I'd like you to roll me keen in either academics or politics, whichever is higher.
Neither.
Would you like to spend a narrative point?
To do what? Add a +2?
Yes.
Sure. Four failures. Can I use a narrative die to reroll?
Sure.
All right, 3 successes.
Sorry. A thought passes your mind. You know, there's lots of heavy fighting. So why haven't you actually done anything yet?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the reason I never actually saw any combat. How did I not? Oh, how did I not think of this early? You know that was the only thing I wanted.
You see Aunt Butzer pick up a napkin and dab off the corners of her mouth and says, "Well, someone had to look after you."
It's not exactly what I'd call looking after me. It's the one thing I wanted, the only thing. I've been in a state of limbo for years, just stewing in my own anger and not being able to do anything about it. Since I've joined AEUG, it feels like more has happened, heck, even just today, than all those years. Ugh. How could you do this to me? This is the only thing I wanted.
In Ren's memory, your parents aren't around to look after you anymore, Clyde. It's just me.
I don't need you to look after me. I want to make my own choices. Ugh.
I wouldn't call joining, what was it again, a rebel army, to be exactly the smartest choice you've ever made.
I think it was honestly the best choice I've ever made. You saw what the Titans have been doing. Clyde pulls out the picture. Clyde pulls out the picture he had earlier of the new type lab. Look at this. You know what this machine does? It cracks open skulls. There's a young girl in my squad. She doesn't even really see what's wrong with it. They brainwashed her so hard. She admitted to killing, just bombing a man at what, 13, 14, 15? Are you kidding me? Have you even done anything to stop this from happening? They're wild animals.
And then says, well, I voted against them. I censored the Titans. I've always voted against military increases.
Yeah. That did a whole lot for us. That did a whole lot for us. How many people are dead just because of the Titans?
Then Aunt Harper said, you know, Aunt Vatser says, I don't, Clyde, to be perfectly frank and 100% honest with you, I don't particularly care.
You don't care.
There's only one thing I care about. You're still alive.
I don't know that I've ever heard anything so selfish. This lab, and he just points to the picture, is just blocks away. It's in this city. And you don't care.
This might not surprise you, but not everyone's a hero, Clyde.
Heck, I'm not even a hero. I just care. I haven't even. Oh. What? I can't. I can't even.
Roll me poison composure.
One failure.
One failure? Clyde,
Yep.
do something impulsive. You cannot deal with this bullshit. And do something you think will make it go away.
Clyde just finds the nearest glass object and just like knocks it off the counter. You don't care. You don't care that the Titans nuke the Amazon rainforest. They nuked Jaburo, the headquarters of the Federation. Well, formerly. You don't care that they gassed Colony 30. You don't care. You don't care that they're making child soldiers. They're brainwashing child soldiers, and they're just bombing other members of the Federation military. You don't care. You only care about me. What is wrong with you?
Clyde, make me another poison composure.
Four failures.
Clyde, you can't deal with this bullshit. You storm out before you can say anything.
Clyde spots the waiter, not the waiter, the butler, bring food, and he just slaps it onto the ground. and he just walks out of the door and just slams it. And he gets back in his Jeep and he's just driving. He's not even driving in any particular direction. He's just going.
You know, and this episode ends just on a close up of Clyde's face, crying. This is some fucking bullshit.
Damn, the ante really is validating Lance's worldview.